Good morning, everyone, from the FOX10 studios. FOX10 Investigator Justin Lum here, joined by Special Projects Executive Producer George Obi. You may have just seen me at the Maricopa County Superior Courthouse as we prep for Lori Vallow Daybell's final sentencing. She will be sentenced for conspiring in the murder of Charles Vallow, her fourth husband, and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux, her ex-nephew-in-law. This is a big day in court. It's a big day because of the victims and justice for all of the families impacted. We are going to hear victim impact statements. You can expect it's going to be emotional, it's going to be powerful, and we're also looking forward to see what Judge Justin Boreski has to say to Lori after they've had this contentious phase of interactions throughout two trials. That's going to be interesting.
Yeah, that's something I'm looking forward to. Of course, obviously, victim impact statements are always very powerful. We saw that in the earlier trials in this saga. But here we are 6 years later, almost. Finally, at least for Brandon and I think Kay, this is the moment they've been waiting for. But as you mentioned, Judge Boreski, looking forward to hearing what he has to say. He was very lengthy in his response in the last filing. And so I would imagine he's going to have quite a bit to say. And then who knows whether Lori will make a statement. I guess you could certainly summarize that she wants to say something to the judge before he hands down the sentence that I think we all expect, which would be two life sentences for both these trials.
Yeah, it's a matter of will they be consecutive, concurrent? Yep. She's already, imagine 7 total life terms, because really 5 in Idaho is wild.
Yeah.
3 consecutive. Because you have 3 victims there in Idaho. Let's remember J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Tammy Daybell. To hear just the number possible 7, she's already serving life, but obviously officially on paper, that's what a Kay Woodcock or Brandon Boudreaux, these people, Jerry Vallow, family members want to see this justice take effect. Yeah,
this is what they've been working towards. This is, what we thought would be the culmination of all of this, because after the convictions in Idaho, we wondered whether or not, that this was hold as much weight with everyone, knowing that she's going to spend the rest of her life in an Idaho prison. But it's good to see this come full circle. I think you're going to see and you're going to hear and feel a lot of the weight lifted off the shoulders of the families impacted, knowing that this is it. There might obviously be an appeal down the line. But by and large, once this sentence is read, it'll be 30 days, and then Lori will be shipped. In fact, Idaho will come down and get her and take her right back, and she'll serve the rest of her life behind bars there.
I'm curious to see how that works, the logistics of it all, which they never tell us. Law enforcement doesn't tell us, but in the recent extradition, it was MCSO going to Idaho, driving her the whole ride, 2 to 3 deputies or whatnot with Lori for this whole long road trip back to Arizona. So is it going to be Idaho authorities coming down here to pick her up? Or is it? I don't think MCSO would foot the bill to drive her back up there.
No, they've done their part.
Yeah. So she'll be heading to Pocatello. She wanted a quick sentencing. She stipulated to the aggravation phase, wanted no part of that. We've got some good questions here, but before we get to that, we've got our all-star panel ready to go once sentencing ends. We've got the judge, Mel McDonald.
Yep.
We've got Benjamin Taylor, criminal defense attorney here in Phoenix. We've got Rachel Smith, special prosecutor in the Idaho trial against Lori Vallow Daybell. We have Taylor Larson, Charles Vallow's former attorney, who was pivotal in the divorce paperwork that gave us a lot of information following the disappearances of JJ and Tylee, what was going on between Charles and Lori. We have Rich Robertson, the special, he's the former private investigator for Brandon Boudreaux. So we have these insiders here that have been following this along the whole way. it's going to be very interesting to see if, much like the Idaho sentencing, does Lori not take any accountability and just go off on this religious tangent.
Yeah, and we talk about Lori, being picked up by Idaho authorities and being brought back. You wonder if Lieutenant Hermosillo is going to be in that process. Will he be the ones to slap the cuffs on her and put her in the car or the plane and bring her back? We do know that he's been here for much of both of these trials. He's been a part of this process. And I do believe he'll be in court if we haven't seen him already this morning. But this is what we've been waiting for.
I did see Idaho law enforcement.
Yeah.
So I saw them walk in, former detectives on the case, Hermosillo, one of them. Who else did we? Saw some family members of Tammy Daybell. We know that, obviously, Kay Woodcock's going to give her victim impact statement. Brandon Boudreaux is here with his family. And it'll be interesting. I know that I've heard some news via social media that Colby Ryan had a medical issue, so he may not be here physically, but hopefully he's in the recovery process and able to give his victim impact statement somehow virtually. But yeah, this is a big day because this is the end of it all. I mean, after this, she should get no more attention. She's a convicted murderer, killed her children, had a plan and conspiracy in killing her husband's first wife. And from everything we've heard, Tammy Daybell was a wonderful person, mother, grandmother, sister, you name it. And then Charles Vallow, who's just really sounded the alarm from the beginning. And Brandon Boudreaux is a lone survivor in all of this. So some didn't think that Brandon would ever get his day in court, and he has. Yeah,
he got his day in court. We made so much about the interaction that we were going to see between Lori, who again acted as her own defense attorney in both of these trials, and the interaction she was going to have with the two key witnesses, right? Kay Woodcock in the first trial, and then of course Brandon in his trial. This is now their opportunity to talk directly at her. That's something that you can't really do as a witness on the stand. I mean, you do, but in theory, it's a Q&A back and forth. This is basically their opportunity to say exactly what they've been waiting years to say to her, and she can't really, for by and large, respond until her opportunity to speak before the judge. But you would imagine they're going to have a lot to say. I think Kay will, especially.
Yeah. And Kay has been able to give a victim impact statement in Idaho, but that was really on behalf of JJ. That's who mattered in that case. That's her grandson. In this case, she's going to be able to speak on behalf of Charles, her brother, who, she ended up being the beneficiary on the $1 million life insurance policy. And that really turned things when Lori found that out and was not happy, and told Chad Daybell, at the time, we've seen the text messages calling Charles a dark spirit, and that was who is responsible for all this and the turn of events with the money, but said she would still receive Social Security benefits on behalf of JJ. So really, it's not just the religious aspect, but the money motivation. And that goes with the same, we've heard the tidbits through trial on Brandon Boudreaux also had a sizable life insurance policy if he were to die. It's
almost as if the religion was the scapegoat, at least from Lori's perspective. You're right. The motive, money, we've talked about it, money, sex, and this idea of, the end of days and how she wanted to spend the rest of her life without these individuals around. And that was, again, her belief and her faith was the scapegoat.
Using it as justification.
Right. Even the crutch to justify in her own head why what she was doing was, the way of God or the right thing to do. And I don't think that Kay or Brandon are going to let her forget that. I would imagine a lot of that is going to come up because we know Brandon is very faithful, right? We know that Kay is as well. And I think they almost take it as a slap in the face when someone like Lori uses their own religion against them in that manner.
And then a slap in the face back in the same Idaho sentencing because she denied everything and said that no murders happened and that Jesus knows who she is. So will she do the same thing today? I wouldn't be surprised. I fully expect her to speak, and address the court or address the judge. But yeah, like we just mentioned earlier, see what Judge Boreski has to say after she tried to get him removed from the case, disqualified. She requested a new trial. He just denied that this week. So, man, that is going to be, I'm be all ears, obviously for victim impact statements, but specifically as well, Judge Boreski finally, wiping his hands clean of this and being done with this sentencing for 2 cases. And,
look, the judge, Boreski's done this before. He's been on several high-profile cases, and so he's no stranger to addressing cold-blooded killers, if you will, in this manner. Maybe a little unusual that this is a female, and that this defendant chose to act as their own attorney. But either way, I think we fully expect him to have some very harsh words for her. He'll have, obviously, the final say, whether or not where the angle is in court. As we know, if those of you who have watched, we're not going to be able to see Lori's facial expressions when Boreski is making his statement. But I think our reporter Lauren Clark will be in the courtroom for much of the morning. So maybe we can get a sense from her after the fact of what she observed in Lori's demeanor as Boreski is up there, almost letting her have it before he lays down his sentence.
Yeah, right now you guys are getting a look at Lori representing herself in trial from earlier this year in 2 trials going pro se. The last trial was quick. What was it? 6 days? About less than a week?
Less than a week, yes.
Never presented any evidence. She didn't have to. No. Did not testify on her own behalf. Her line of questioning was admonished or had warnings many times. And judge had to remove her from the court at one point. We had the sick delays because she wasn't feeling good at all, and jurors that were coming in to be selected had to be sent home twice before finally the third time we got a jury. So there's just a lot of side obstacles and distractions.
And we should point out that we were fully planning and expecting this, both of these cases really to bump up until the end of June, and they did. But obviously the first case went by so quicker than I think a lot of us expected. And not as many delays, not as many issues with the second trial, certainly not any issues with the jury in either case. And we talked a lot about that at the end of this, at the end of Brandon's trial, how smoothly this entire process was relative to, say, other high-profile cases. I would say that if you're watching this from outside Maricopa County, this is how you want these trials to go. This is how you want the judicial system to work. And I thought, unless you want to nitpick and talk about some of the delays with evidence, and maybe that's on Lori's end, because again, this has been going on, at least in this county, for at least almost 2 years, maybe quite a year and a half. When you're talking about discovery.
Yeah, a long time. I mean, she got brought here November 2023. Yeah. Thank you to 800 of you watching right now. You're early, which means you're on time, so that's good. Remember, court-ordered 5-minute delay on the stream for sentencing. Brittany Hennick makes a good point here, asking, does anyone hope someone has an impact statement like the one we saw in the Brian Kohberger case a couple days ago? I mean, that is a good example of how victims, these family members, really, they are going to let it all out. They are going to send their message. They are going to show Lori the pain they have felt over the last 6 years or so and let it all hang out. It's going to be very emotional. It's going to be colorful. I'm told that Jerry Vallow, Charles's brother, should have a victim impact statement. JJ's biological father, I'm told, will be here. His name is Todd Trahan. That's Kay Woodcock's son. Okay. So obviously, like, there's a long backstory there because of issues with the biological parents that led to the adoption, or led to Kay and Larry Woodcock taking care of JJ and then having him be adopted by Charles and Lori Vallow many years ago, or more than a decade ago. So now we'll be able to hear from some people that we just haven't been used to hearing from. And this is the opportunity, because this is the final piece, the most important piece of justice, is that sentencing. Let's see. Baby Bear 33 asked me if I will take a long family vacation after today. I will be taking one at the end of August. Do you have anything? We're due for some time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the way we're wired, like even when we're off, we're still not totally off. Yeah. It's good to recharge, but especially after 5 years, yes, it's time.
It is time. This entire saga will stay with us for a while, but I think the lead up to these two trials and everything, even the lead up to the trials in Idaho, we did get a little bit of a break at the end of the Idaho trials, even for Chad, and allowing us to kind of prepare for this. But I think, it's just natural to want to move on. It's natural to the way our business works, and the news cycle is, we love what we do, and I think it's important to cover these cases and help try and find some justice for some of these families. And there'll be another one, right? That's just the way the cycle works. Unfortunately, there will be other cases like this down the road, and we'll approach it in the same way. But yeah, I'm ready to kind of move on to the next chapter of what the work that you and I do. We've got several things coming down the pipeline, and I mean, the way time flies.
We're always juggling.
Right. It'll be summer. I'll be planning for an election here in about 5 months. And that's just kind of every 2 years for me. I think if I look at it, let's say in a couple months from now, I will know that, what we did covering it, I think helped and brought this case to a lot of people. But I also know that, again, justice has been served. Lori and Chad will be behind bars for the rest of their lives. And then at some point, Chad will be put to death.
Yeah, I had trouble sleeping last night. I mean, it's hard to, you're thinking about how is this day going to unfold. And so it's come full circle. It's been really since December 2019, we've been going hard on this, and there's been lulls, there's been waves and, big developments. But yeah, I think it's a little bit bittersweet, but it is time. And I was saying this earlier on the stream when I was outside the courthouse. I don't know if we as a market have seen a case like this unfold here since really Jodi Arias. Because we had a good line out there today. I'm not saying it was huge, but I mean, you saw a rush of like 50 people go into the courthouse when they opened the doors because it was time. And some people have been waiting, dude, since yesterday afternoon. They slept here. They had a cooler. They had everything they needed. They're camping on the courthouse steps. Tosh Reed Tucker, juror number 8 in the Charles Vallow case. She's out there. Yeah. Tom Evans, the alternate juror in the Lori Vallow trial in Idaho. He's here. He's written 2 books. So something about this story, if you're involved in it, it grabs onto you, or vice versa, or both, and it sticks with you.
It sticks with you. Whether it's the fact that you have a high-profile female defendant. That I think is the draw for a lot of people is you have not only a female, you have a mother, a wife, a sister. There's an expectation, I think, for all of us that human beings shouldn't do things like this.
Any parent, right? Right,
but any parent shouldn't do things like this to their own children. And I got to, look, Arias was not a mom. There was obviously a lot of interest in that because of the way the murder was carried out. Didn't have those kinds of details, but it was still in these 2 trials anyway. You still had this air, this kind of overarching theme that not only did she do this and take part in this, but she did so in such a calculated way, and was kind of the orchestrator for all of this. I think that the storyline of how all of this happened, it wasn't just one incident either. In some cases, it's like, it was a crime of passion, like with Arias. That was not the case here. This was a a months-long, year-long thing, and they went to great lengths to carry out these murders and hide the murders and then hide from authorities. There's just so much that you could make if you know, down the line, you could make a movie, sadly, about this.
It's a conspiracy aspect, too. Yeah. Like you said, she's behind it, orchestrating it. We don't know physically what she exactly did to her children.
Right.
But, I mean, they were with her. They were with her before they were killed, and she's responsible. She's been convicted of that. With Tammy, she wasn't, you know, even in Idaho at the time. She had the physical alibi, but we know conspiracy-wise, she was asking about death percentages to the so-called prophet, Chad, talking about, you know, being dark and things like that. And then with Charles, her brother, shooting him twice right there in front of her in that house. And she leaves for an hour and she comes back all nonchalant. With Brandon, she's in Idaho, but she's a part of the setup with the tire and the storage unit and the back seat.
Yes.
The burner phone. I mean, she doesn't necessarily have to be physically anywhere at the scene of the crime, but I guess the manipulation and the power aspect of it, as the prosecution in Idaho said in the first trial, money, power, and sex.
Right.
That's what it is.
You know, premeditation is not the sexiest word, but when you think about the nuance of, you know, planning this and thinking about this and going across state lines. I mean, they drove, 15 hours or so to get from here to parts of Idaho, maybe a little bit longer than that. You know, she went out of her way to commit and then cover up or try and cover up these crimes. And then to the audacity, if that's the right word, to think that you somehow weren't going to be held accountable, that these two children were just going to disappear and nobody would care about them. That, you know, maybe with Tammy, you could argue that, well, you know, with adults, things happen, and obviously they had cremated the body so quickly and buried it and all that. But
with that, they never gave her an autopsy, and they had to exhume her body from the ground. Luckily, there was no cremation there. But like, if this was, as she says, accidents happened or no murders happened, if something, whatever, obviously they died, why would you not go to authorities? Why would you not call 911 as a mother and say, this is what just happened to my kids? If you're putting the blame on anyone else, like, you know, he's not blaming Chad. Are you blaming your brother? Like, it just doesn't make sense. There's no logical argument that says the autopsies, the evidence shows from medical examiners that these two children were murdered, that Tammy was murdered.
Brutally murdered.
Yes.
And the gall to say, one of the titles, no remorse. As a mother, you had no remorse, learning and hearing how your children died, and you are stone-faced in that courtroom, listening to someone describe how your children, one of your children especially, was brutally cut up, dismembered, and then the gall to not even really respond to authorities when they come looking for you, going, where are your children?
While your 7-year-old boy with autism is wrapped up in duct tape, and then, you know, she and Chad are in Kauai on a honeymoon, and just and lying. There's too many different lies with all of these murders. Too many different lies to keep track of to different people, whether it was saying that Charles Vallow committed suicide or Charles Vallow had a heart attack. I mean, there's multiple things that she said. It's like she didn't think anyone would find out. A Google search told you that he was shot and killed by his brother-in-law. Now, the only thing that they had going for them at the time was the self-defense narrative, but that was blown up since then. But yeah, so here we are, 8:57 in the morning here, Mountain Standard Time. The state seal is up in the courtroom. 9 o'clock is the scheduled start time for sentencing. There's a 5-minute delay again, not the 30-minute delay like in trial. So this is what we've been waiting for. 2 sentencings in one day for the murder of Charles Vallow and the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. I feel like Brandon is such a good guy. and has not really said all he wants to say, he's going to let it all hang out this morning. This is his chance.
I mean, he clearly has a lot to say. I'm sure you talked about you couldn't sleep last night. I'm guessing he couldn't either. Kay Woodcock probably couldn't sleep. Again, Kay has experience with this. So, she will probably revert back to some of that. But this, as you said, it hits close to home for her because of her brother. Brandon, a very soft-spoken guy, too. So you wonder how much out of character he might get. He seems like he can control his emotions. Just look at his demeanor after being shot at outside his car.
Yeah, he was shaken.
Yeah.
But like you said, quiet. Like, to go through what he went through, that's a strong guy. But he's not loud. He's not super animated. But will this be the day? I mean, his life was essentially almost ruined. He still had 4 children to raise at this time. Yep. And he was going through this divorce with Melanie Boudreaux, now Melanie Pulowski. That's a whole different story. Obviously, someone that prosecutor Trina Kay says is involved, has not been charged. So that's looming. He doesn't want to talk about that, and he's just being patient, see what unfolds with that. Maybe nothing happens. But I think the main thing for him here is seeing this woman that he knew had something to do with his near death, with his then wife changing and sort of being led astray, becoming extremely religious, but in a way that was concerning because of the things that were being said. And then Charles Vallow, who was so close to him as well, that he looked up to. And really nobody seemed to be listening to him or really thought that anything terrible would happen. It's just, marital issues at the time. It's crazy. Now looking back, it's very sad.
I look, everybody's, if you could argue that those with marital issues, whether it's yelling or, fighting, but to get to this point, and for someone like her to convince her brother, I guess convince is the best way to describe it, to kind of murder him in that fashion, because again, it wasn't just like you said, self-defense was the argument, but then as we learned, the calculated kill shot, which after he was already on the ground, I think the jury, we heard from the jury in the first trial, and I think we can safely assume the jury in the second trial picked up on exactly how calculated this was on behalf of Lori, and how, maybe a lot of it was what they read from her body language during the trials too, and her demeanor, which did not help things. I think we can safely say that.
You're right.
It didn't help her in any way, not just representing herself.
We've always seen this demeanor, though, but to a new jury.
This is who she is, yes.
That's exactly what Tosh Reed Tucker, who I've spoken with a few times now, but juror number 8 in the Charles Vallow trial, she said that Lori was unserious. She automatically just gave that vibe, and then it started to come together with the evidence. And, obviously the jury, after going through the trial and the guilty verdict, finds out about JJ, Tylee, and Tammy and goes through the binge and the rabbit hole of this whole case. And they're like, wow, we just were a part of one branch, just one branch of it.
Well, and Tosh talked about how, I think it was her grandmother, who was like totally into the case. Huh?
She's an expert.
She's an expert. And it was like her way to bond. There was their bonding moment after the trial. And I'm sure that helped her get more interested, when her grandmother's like, I'm fascinated by this case, and then brings her into the fold after the trial. And I can only imagine the conversations they've had since then. But it just goes to the testament. I've had other people come up to me that I know who I know for a fact don't follow news in general, but even they've come up to me over the years and been like, what the heck? Like, what is that?
There's so much to it. Yeah.
Right. And there, the documentaries and whatnot that you see and the chatter and all that. But this is what I think we're kind of looking forward to in these trials. We certainly felt like we were going to get to this point. We felt strong enough that she would be convicted, and now we get to see and hear what each of these victims has to say to her today.
So what the heck is like worldwide reaction?
Right.
Like right now we have people from the UK watching, Australia. I mean, we've had South Africa, New Zealand. I mean, I think a lot of people maybe can't necessarily relate. How do you relate to something like this? But like we just talked about earlier, it grasps at your attention and just the how. Why did this happen? This is just, what seemed like a normal, loving family.
And I will admit there are times when I'm numb to crimes, heinous crimes like this when it involves adults because we cover so much of that. But it is always gripping and always tough to comprehend and process when you're dealing with heinous crimes involving children. I think we can all agree that is the worst kind. And so these trials didn't hold as much weight for me psychologically because obviously I didn't know Charles, don't even really know Brandon, met him a few times obviously, but I can absorb what those families are feeling when they're listening to how their loved ones were killed or almost killed in Brandon's case. But I think the Idaho trials were much more tougher to process because, again, you're talking about children, innocent children who didn't deserve this and really should still be alive. And so as we move forward, there will be other adult cases like this, but these cases involving children are always the hardest ones to cover and always the hardest ones to forget.
All right. Right now, we're getting on our end, it's a 5-minute delay, but it looks like I'm seeing Lori Daybell in her jail uniform in the courtroom getting seated. On our end, on the 5-minute delay, you see the seal. So we'll have that up for you in just a moment, the state seal, running just a few minutes late. Mm-hmm. We're watching, and trust me, George has his earbud in, so we're not going to let you miss anything here, but looks like everyone is really getting seated and gathered into the courtroom. But remember, we have that 5-minute delay.
Packed house, too.
Robert, can we have the seal up?
We'll work on showing it. But again, a very packed house. People are still filing in. Again, our Lauren Clark will be in the courtroom this morning. We'll check in with her a little bit later this afternoon after we hear from the victims and the judge and maybe Lori. Again, interesting to hear from her what she picks up on it, whether there's tension, whether, because there's going to be a lot of emotion, I think, not just from the victims, but those in the gallery, too, those who have been showing up. And you wonder if a lot of that emotion behind Lori, whether she'll pick up on that, whether she'll pick up on, the aura that is this tragedy, both of these tragedies, and whether that will, somehow resonate in her brain.
Sorry to give you a spoiler alert, but she's already walking in smiling, and everybody will see that in a little bit. But she's got, her hair done and makeup on. She's talking to her private investigator, Jeff White. You guys are all going to see what we're seeing. But, it's been a while since we've seen her in the jail uniform, in the orange jumpsuit. But
and we should keep in mind, this is going to be one of the last few times we do see her, right? We fully expect to see her as she's picked up by Idaho authorities here in Arizona in a few weeks, and then who knows? We'll probably see her as she arrives to Idaho. But once she goes into that Idaho prison, I don't expect to see much of her at all anymore after that. Because, again, serving a life sentence, unless there are people that try and visit her, whether she's allowed video calls, that kind of thing. But this is it. As far as on camera, this is one of the last few times that we're ever going to see her face in front of a camera.
And we got a post on X from our Lauren Clark. She says, "We are here for the sentencing of Lori Vallow Daybell. Those who are making impact statements are sitting in the juror's box. When Lori comes inside the courtroom, she will face a whole host of people looking directly at her." So, Lauren Clark reporting from inside the courtroom. Good to see. Everyone that has been affected gets to stare right at her, not in the gallery and behind her, but they will be looking at her and will be addressing her with their victim impact statements. So this is going to be very emotionally charged, and rightfully so, because this has been a long time coming here. We're seeing a little bit of movement there on the seal. Has it been 5 minutes? I think so. Audio is up, and let's take you there. We can keep it on.
Your mic.
Please be seated. Good morning. This is the time set for sentencing in CR 2021-001704, CR 2022-001242, State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. Is the state ready to proceed?
Trina Kay on behalf of the state. The state is ready to proceed.
Is the defendant ready to proceed?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Daybell, it's the judgment of the court that in CR 2021-001704, pursuant to a unanimous jury verdict of guilt, that you are guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It's a class 1 felony committed in violation of Arizona revised statutes on July 11 of 2019. As to this count, the court also finds that pursuant to your stipulation and agreement on the record following the verdict of guilt, that this is a dangerous offense. The offense caused physical, emotional, or financial harm to the victim, or if the victim died as a result of the conduct that you engaged in, it caused emotional or financial harm to the victim's immediate family. The offense also involved the presence of an accomplice. It is also the judgment of the court in CR 2022-001242, pursuant to a unanimous jury verdict of guilt, that you are guilty of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. It's a class 1 felony committed in violation of Arizona revised statutes on October 2nd of 2019. As to this count, the court also finds that pursuant to the stipulation and agreement that you made on the record following the verdict of guilt, that this is a dangerous offense and the offense involved the presence of an accomplice. It's ordered entering judgment of guilt for each count in each case. Accordingly, the court will make additional findings regarding additional aggravating factors later in these proceedings. I've reviewed the pre-sentence report as well as the state's sentencing memorandum. Is the state ready to present its side?
Yes, Your Honor. First, we would like to have some of the next of kin and victims speak, starting with the 2021 matter. We would like to first call a couple of the people who are speaking virtually. Larry Woodcock should be on. No? All right. While we wait to get him, is Bobby Vallow on? All right. We're also saying that's not on. Susan Vallow? Have we allowed people in?
Do they have Myers?
Yeah, we did send.
I just spoke with them. They're hopping on now.
Oh,
All right.
they're hopping on
Colby
right now.
Ryan, I think, is the only one.
All right. Well, with that, Your Honor, so we'll start with the virtual. So since Colby is on right now, if we could have Colby Ryan speak first.
All right. Mr. Ryan, if you want to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. My name is Colby Ryan. I'm the son of Charles Vallow, the brother of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. I'm here to tell you what I've lost. Not only are my father, sister, and brother gone, but so is my mother. Starting 6 years ago, the horror began. During the middle of my workday, I was alerted that my father had passed away from a heart attack. I spent the whole day at work in shock. I spoke to my mother and felt that I needed to come and stop by after my shift. After a long conversation, she hesitantly agreed. When I arrived at her house, I found out that what she had told me previously about the heart attack was not the case. My father had been shot and killed in what was labeled self-defense. I saw how my sister fell into my stomach with her emotions and sobbed. My brother JJ was asleep. Afterwards, I came home to my wife, and our young baby sat on the floor and completely broke down. My life would never be the same. My sister was caught up in the middle of this hell. She was only 16 years old. My little brother was barely 7. Within a few weeks, life continued to move quickly. My little brother, in just one day, had his father ripped away from him, and so did my sister. No matter how tough Tylee tried to be, she was scared, and I know she was scarred. She held a burden that no teenager should ever have to endure. My father, Charles Vallow, cared for his family. He took care of our family, and he made sure we had a good life. He was a very generous man, and would give you the shirt off of his back. Here's the reality. In January 2019, I was told by my mother, Lori Vallow, that my father had been unfaithful to her for years. I was distraught by this news, and Lori's actions sold the story. I naively believed her and thought that my father betrayed my family. Little did I know it was my mother having the affair all along. She accused others of what she was doing herself. I regretfully decided to stop speaking to my father. On July 11th, 2019, I would be flooded by the reality that my choice not to speak to him would be a lifelong sorrow. What I lost on July 11, 2019 was a father who was trying to help me in life, and a man who wanted to see his grandchild, and someone who wanted to give guidance and love. I lost a father. This affected me in more ways than anyone could ever know. I have to live with the regret of not speaking to him before he was murdered in cold blood. This did not only affect me. My little brother, JJ Vallow, was only 7 years old, and he had autism and had his life picked apart and never explained. One day he saw his father coming to him to pick him up at the house, and then never saw him again. My sister Tylee carried too much responsibility and was put in positions no child should ever have to be in. Part of that responsibility was being told to retrieve Lori's purse inside the house, possibly witnessing her father's body. Here's the reality. Neither Tylee nor JJ had time to even process or grieve. My mother, Lori Vallow, moved them out of state, and only a couple of weeks later, little did we know that my little sister, Tylee, only had 60 days before she would meet the same fate. My little sister must have been so scared, confused, anxious, and broken, and angry in every emotion you could think of. My little brother JJ would only have 74 days before he met the same fate. He must have been confused, worried, sad, and frustrated without the ability to fully comprehend his feelings. I know I'm here to tell you the effect that this has had on me. In simple terms, each one of my family members was taken from us all in one swoop. My father was gone in an instant, and later my sister and brother disappeared until they were later found in Lori Vallow's new husband's backyard. This has affected me personally. I had to do something I've never done, and that was fight to stay alive after the pain. There are no words for what I've experienced, and I had to choose to fight and to stay alive, for my children and for my wife. Now I'd like to address Lori Vallow. She claims to be Jesus' favorite. She claims to lead a spiritual life, and she claims that she loves everybody, and she also claims to have seen Jesus and visited with him. When did Jesus allow us to commit adultery? When did Jesus change the commandment of thou shalt not kill? When did Jesus allow us to steal money from our dead children? When did Jesus tell us to lie our way through life? It must be a very sad life to smile your way through all the pain you've caused. Rather than being able to acknowledge the pain that she has caused, she would rather say that Charles, Tylee, and JJ's death were a family tragedy and not her evil doing. And I will say this, if you want to see darkness, look at the murdering cult that claims God has commissioned their mission to kill my family and others. Quite frankly, I believe that Lori Vallow herself is the family tragedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan.
Thank you. I believe Larry is now online. We can have him speak next.
Larry Woodcock, if you'd like to unmute, go ahead, sir. What would you like to tell me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you, sir, and thank the court for allowing me to be present. I truly wish I was there to look the murderers in the eyes. I'm unable to. I will say this. Murderers, you're nothing. You're a murderer. You're a narcissist, psychopath, delusional murderer. I can't tell you the harm that you have caused to our family, but I will tell you this. I know where you're going to be till you die. You're going to be in an 8x6 cell. You're going to have a steel cot. You're going to have a 12x8 desk and a stainless steel toilet. You will have 23 hours a day in there. I hope you spend the rest of your life 23 hours a day regretting your choices, because that's all it was, murderers. It was your choices. You made them. You and your husband, if that's what you want to call him. For what? You murdered Charles, the best thing that was ever in your life, for your delusional, narcissistic way. I will never speak your name again, murderers. You will never get anything out of me again in your life. You are nothing. You are nothing. You killed Tylee. Did you enjoy it? Look at me, Lori. Did you enjoy it? Did you dance around the fire? Like you sent the videos to Chad of you dancing around in your room for him? Did you enjoy it? And then the most precious thing, a 7-year-old autistic, unbelievably God's present to Kay and I, to Todd. Look at Todd. Turn around and look at him, Lori, because that's the last time you're ever going to hear my name out of your mouth. Look at Todd. Have you said you're sorry? You wrapped JJ's hands in tape. You wrapped his arms in tape. You covered his eyes. And you buried him in 8 inches of ground. Murderous! May God have mercy on your soul, because that's the only thing in life. And don't count on God where you're going. You're nothing, murderous. I can't stand you. I always said, from out of some place you never saw came a sound you never heard. Well, I will not say that anymore. I want you to see and hear everything that's going to happen in your life. I want you to live it 23 hours a day. I despise you. You murdered JJ. You murdered Tammy. I'll always believe you murdered Alex. You're a murderer mistress, murderer. You're worthless. I can't believe 6.5 years of putting up with you. You are not worth it. The 4 murders that you're accused of are only ones that they can prove. Lori, you tried to kill me. I left your house in Hawaii. You tried to kill me going back home. But guess what? I beat you. I'm able to sit here and laugh at you and watch you go to prison. There's others you tried to kill. God bless JJ. God bless Tylee. And most of all, God bless our family. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak my final piece to her.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Woodcock.
Your Honor, Susan will be up next.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Susan, one of Charles's older sisters. I'm here to share the emotional impact of Charles's tragic sister's death for me. Charles and I had just started renewing our relationship with each other. One day in 2019 at Kay's house, Charles said to me, "Come see, sis." So I went to see what he wanted. He said, "I'm going to give you a car." And I just about passed out. I told him, I said, "I love you, Charles." He said, "I love you too, sis." And we hugged. And these were the last words we ever spoke to each other. Needless to say, because of your selfish, deliberate, and horrifying actions, this never happened. My brother's love, kindness, and generous nature knew no bounds. He wore his heart on his sleeve. You took all that away from us. July 12, 2019 changed my life forever. It still hurts to reflect on the day I was told my brother had been taken from the world the day before. You didn't even have the decency to bother with letting our family know of Charles' death until the day after by means of a vague text from one of Charles' sons. My brother's death was a deliberate act of evil and self-seeking financial gain. Your greed has caused so much pain. To this day, how could you do such an evil and intentional harm and take my brother's life for money, lust, and power? The pain you caused in having to relive this nightmare, all because you didn't want Charles anymore. He didn't die from cancer or an accident. He was young and had a beautiful life left to live. You took that away. You planned and calculated his death. There isn't a day that goes by I haven't thought of this tragedy which you caused. I will never have another birthday, holiday, or other celebrations in life with my brother. Charles was victimized at the hands of you, Lori, and your accomplices. To do this to Charles, to receive money is sickening. I am disgusted and truly appalled by your evil, selfish, and reprehensible actions. You will miss out on wearing nice clothes, driving what was once your Range Rover, thick, juicy steaks, barbecues, and no more quiet, no more freedom, only rules. I have forgiven you, Lori. When Jesus calls me home, I don't want any of this on my soul. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
I'm not sure that Bobby's been able to get on, Your Honor, so I believe next Todd Trahan will be speaking.
Sir, you want to come up to this podium right here?
No, never mind. There's one. Oh, never mind. He's gone.
You're Todd Trahan?
Yes, sir.
And what would you like to tell me, sir?
I was asked to address Lori, if
All
I
right.
can.
Go ahead.
Lori, Uncle Charles was a man of God, love. He knew God because he loved everybody around him. I trusted y'all with my family, the only son I had, because I couldn't give him the life that y'all could give him. I gave him up for y'all to raise him. I deal with the regret. I've dealt with the torment of making that choice. I'm here today to forgive you. I know what it's like to be in prison. I was in prison when y'all got the rights to my son. I know what it's like. Once you get done with this court and you go sit in that cell, you got to relive everything that you did. I hope for you that you understand the truth of what God did on the cross, because God died not only for me, he died for the unlovable. People that the world thinks shouldn't, they judge. I hope you understand the truth before you die. You still have a chance. You don't have to live evil the rest of your life. You can turn from that. You ask God to come into your life and show you His love, and it'll transform you. I want to thank the court for letting me get up here and say these things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next should be Crusha Tran.
Crusha,
Yes.
what would you like to say?
All right, let's see. My name is Crusha K. Trahan, and I stand before this court today as a voice for the shattered remains of my family, a family that has been ruthlessly decimated. Not only were lives stolen, but also our peace, our trust, and the very fabric of what a family should be. Charles, my uncle, and my mother Kay's beloved brother, was so much more than just a relative. He was a cornerstone of our family. I remember his infectious laugh, his corny jokes, his unwavering optimism, and his genuine care for everyone around him. He had a way of making everyone feel seen and valued. I gotta catch my breath. One of my fondest memories is how he was always there for my mother, his sister, Kay. Their bond was incredibly strong, and they supported each other through everything. He was the kind of man who would drop anything to help someone in need. The news of his death in July 2019 shattered me, and it sent shockwaves through our entire family. It was sudden and incomprehensible. My mother, Kay Vallow Woodcock, his sister, was also devastated. The pain of losing her brother was immense, and it was a wound that has never fully healed. it's hard to see your own mother go through these kind of things because it's something you can't fix. For me, it felt like a light had gone out in the world. We relied on his steady presence and his ability to bring people together. The initial grief was compounded by the horrific circumstances surrounding his death. To learn that his own wife was involved in his demise was a betrayal of the deepest kind. It added a layer of anger and disbelief to our sorrow. The questions of why and how haunted us, turning our grief into a constant ache of injustice. We now know the chilling extent of the premeditation. Records on Chad Daybell's Gmail account show searches for Ned Snyder, 1996, Death, Louisiana, and bodies possessed after original occupant dies, as early as January 28, 2019. This was before Charles was ever referred to as Ned Snyder. This revealed a calculated descent into her delusion. Charles was fighting for his life and for his children's future long before his death. On February 20th, 2019, Charles called Banner Life to change his beneficiary to my mother, Kay, specifically for his special needs son, and to place a PIN code on his account. He was clearly concerned about someone accessing his account. Just 6 days later, on February 26, 2019, he called again to finalize the change, but couldn't provide a password he had never set. That's how distraught he was. He had never set the password. I mean, he had set the password and forgot that he had set the password. Growing angry as he suspected fraudulent access. From March 19th to March 21st, 2019, even while Charles was alive and still married, his wife and Chad Daybell traveled from Idaho to Arizona together, as evidenced by tickets in her iCloud account. On March 21st, 2019, she was back at the 4 Points Sheraton in Mesa using their Wi-Fi, all while plotting and believing in twisted narratives. Her so-called spiritual beliefs were nothing more than a thinly veiled excuse for murder, justification for murder. The names used for Charles, Ned Schneider, Heplos, we don't know, were born from Chad Daybell's internet searches. Zalema's cellular phone records paint a disturbing picture of the generated belief system, with discussions about Chad's so-called gifts to cast out dark spirits, remove swords, and place spiritual armor. This was all a grotesque fabrication designed to justify heinous crimes. There was talk of healing quicker and reversing age, for Christ's sake. Oh, wow. While actively plotting the deaths of innocent people that trusted her. Perhaps the most heartbreaking detail is the decision Charles made to try and make his marriage work. He truly believed in reconciliation, and he really loved Lori, his wife. He took his wife back into his life, and in a text to his attorney, Taylor, he wrote, quote, "What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins," unquote. These were the words of a man clinging to hope, a hope that ultimately led him to his death. Tylee, my step-cousin, was a bright and blossoming young woman full of life and potential. Even though our family connection was through marriage, she was our family connection. She was always considered one of us. I remember her vibrant energy and her protective nature towards JJ. It reminds me of how I am with my brother Todd. She had dreams of traveling the world and truly living life. She possessed a unique spirit and a kindness that radiated from her. When Tylee disappeared, the initial worry quickly turned into agonizing fear. We desperately hoped for her safe return, clinging to any shred of possibility. The eventual news of her murder was soul-crushing, a stark and brutal end to a life that had barely begun. The pain of knowing her potential was extinguished so violently, it's unbearable. We mourn the experiences she will never have, the milestones she will never reach, and the person she would have become. The world is undeniably darker without Tylee's light. And then JJ, my nephew, my only nephew, was a sweet and innocent little boy who brought immeasurable joy to our family. Joshua Jackson Vallow was born Canaan Todd Trahan. He was born to my brother Todd Trahan and his longtime girlfriend Mandy Leger in Lake Charles, Louisiana on May 25th, 2012. He was 10 weeks premature and he had drugs in his system. I remember pacing the halls of the labor and delivery floor to see what his prognosis was, and I remember praying and reaching out to friends on social media to ask them to pray too. I remember him having tubes and wires coming out of his tiny little body to help him reach stable balance. My nephew smashed my own doubts and fought so hard to come into this world. And it's no surprise to me to learn how he fought for his life to stay in this world. When his mother, his uncle, and his mother's side piece preyed on a 7-year-old autistic boy and snuffed him out. Think about that. Later burying him in a shallow grave in the backyard of her future husband's property. As an autistic child, he had unique challenges, but also unique gifts. His infectious giggle, his love for dinosaurs and planes, and his need for a routine or memories we will forever cherish. I saw a video where he would line up his plushie toys and he would play the drums for his audience. It was so cute. Okay, sorry. My mouth is so dry. I'll never, Or how he sang on my parents' 56-passenger bus and then was joined by his Papa Larry to sing to one another. I'm also blessed to have captured this interaction on film that day. I never knew it would be played by news outlets all over the world when he and his sister Tylee had gone missing. He was a vulnerable and trusting child who relied on the adults in his life for love and protection. The betrayal of trust in his adoption and subsequent murder is a profound and lasting wound. She adopted him to get him out of a bad situation just to murder him? Lori Noreen Cox was an unloved daughter. She didn't even get her own name. She was never allowed to be herself, an individual with her own identity and her own life. She was always told she was someone else, living someone else's life. Her mother, in her grief over losing her infant daughter, convinced herself that Lolly's spirit came back to her in a new body. She convinced herself that she never lost Lolly, but that Lolly was so special she was allowed to come back to Earth again. And then she was convinced that she was Lolly. But the reality is that Lolly was lost. The hard truth is that sometimes infants die, and there's no reasoning and no explanation that makes it feel better. Sometimes babies just die. But her mother couldn't sit with that. She couldn't accept that, and so instead she taught her that she was Laura Lee. She taught her that Laura Lee must have had such a special mission that her spirit got to come back in her body. She was taught that she didn't matter. She was taught that she didn't deserve to have her own name, her own life, her own identity. She was devoured. And then to make matters worse, she was violated. I don't know when or how or by whom exactly, but she knows. She knows what happened. She knows who did it to her. She may pretend that it never happened, but the memory of it lives in her cells, and she can't ignore because those feelings come for her, and they find her in the quiet moments she wishes would go away. I know what it, okay, sorry. I'm going to skip. That was, I'm crediting Megan for that. Here's the final plea for justice. The actions of the defendant have systematically dismantled families, leaving behind a trail of unimaginable grief and trauma. My family, especially my mother and my brother, have endured unspeakable pain because of these actions. We lost a brother, a son, and a nephew. And the lingering fear and sorrow inflicted are a constant heavy burden. I implore this court to impose the maximum sentence possible. The defendant deserves to spend the rest of her life incarcerated, held accountable for every life stolen, every heart broken, and every family destroyed. Her calculated cruelty has earned her nothing less than the hardest consequences. Let justice finally be served for Charles, Tylee, and JJ, and I can't forget Tammy. My uncle Charles's last words to his attorney about taking his wife back were, "What can I say, Taylor? Love always wins." In his memory and for the countless lives impacted by these horrific crimes, I hope that justice for once truly wins. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next will be Kay Woodcock.
Go ahead and go up to the podium.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking Can I sit up there? You gotta be here? Okay. George. Okay. I'll figure it out. What I need to do. Shut up. It's the one in JJ. Just be on this one. Is this the seat? Is this her seat? This is whose? This is yours. Okay. Okay, anyway, it's okay. Okay. Hey, I'll need a water if you can have it.
Your Honor, I stand before you today to honor Charles, my big brother. This courtroom is where Charles finally receives the justice he fought for and never saw in life. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Charles was more than my brother. He was the backbone of our family. He was steady, loyal, and endlessly generous. He was the kind of man who showed up for everyone without ever asking for anything in return. When you walked into the room with Charles, you felt safe, you felt valued, and that's what makes this all so unbearable, because the very person who should have cherished him the most, his own wife, betrayed him in the cruelest, most calculated way imaginable. Charles was a protector by nature, the man who would give you the shirt off his back and then ask what else he could do to help. He loved fiercely, laughed easily, and built his life around the simple but powerful values of family, faith, and hard work. It feels right that this trial comes after those for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy, because he was a true Southern gentleman. I know he would have told us to take care of them first. Lori. First, let me say this. Charles is not your husband. I can't do that.
You have to address the court.
Okay. Sorry. Charles is not your husband. Your disgusting co-monster, Chad, is. The Miss Texas pageant, Wheel of Fortune, Extra on Modern Family, July 31st, 2023. What do they all have in common? They're all days that failed to make you famous or idolized. Infamous? Yes, but never famous, never idolized. You spent your entire life chasing cameras, applause, and validation like oxygen, but here you are, exposed, convicted, stripped of the lies you wrapped yourself in. All your interviews, all your attempts to manipulate, triangulate, and control the narrative, even the one released just last night, have failed. The world sees what I saw in 2019 when you abandoned Charles, Colby, Tylee, and JJ to chase that grotesque shadow of a man, Chad Daybell. You call yourself a mother, a wife, a woman of God. You are none of these things. You are a liar, a fraud, and a murderer. Did you think you could charm your way out of this? Do you believe people can't see through the lies? Do you honestly think that you are smarter, holier, or more special than everyone else? You are not. You are an ordinary, plain, run-of-the-mill, middle-aged woman. You keep saying to anyone who will listen that no one understands because they weren't there. So tell me, Lori, what don't we understand? Was it you who shot Charles? Is that why you kept asking during the trial about testing your hands for gunshot residue? Was that your grotesque way of gloating? You murdered Charles. You confessed to the conspiracy. Do you think we all missed that? You took his phone and played a childish game of keep away and then tried to sell the world that this was a good reason for Alex or you to shoot him. And every single one of us sitting in this courtroom saw right through it. That day started a domino effect, except you tipped the first domino and you kept those dominoes falling until everyone was dead. Charles, Tylee, JJ, Tammy, and the wake of devastation you left for Colby, for our entire families, and for an entire community who watched your evil unfold. You asked me during the trial where I was when Charles was murdered. You asked almost every witness if they were there, or if they saw with their eyes or heard with their ears you and Alex conspiring to murder my brother. No, we weren't, but you're right, as much as I hate to utter those words, and if you are to be believed, neither were you. How dare you desecrate the memory of Charles and your children the way you did their bodies? How dare you blame them for your crimes? We all know what happened, Lori. There is no denying it. We've sat in courtrooms, seen the evidence, seen the wreckage you caused. We have listened to the truth tellers. Nothing is taken out of context. Your land of make-believe is just transparent. The facts and the science don't play games. They tell the truth, how many times Charles was shot, at what angles, and how long he'd been dead before 911 was called. The 47 minutes. Because you were busy trying to manufacture an alibi. Science doesn't lie. You do. Detectives, prosecutors, jurors, advocates, the men and women who had to bear witness to this horror, please stand. Chuck Considas, Eric Wheeler, Ron Ball, Ray Hermosillo. They are from Rexburg, Idaho, and they were key in bringing justice to you. Thank you, guys. These individuals bear the weight of directly confronting your actions. They took that burden home to their spouses, children, and sleepless nights. They endured tragedy. You didn't just take our loved ones. You sparked a tragedy that now affects countless families. They understand. They were there, and they worked tirelessly to bring you to justice. Chandler PD never believed your bullshit. They didn't charge you immediately because they were busy untangling your web of deception. So you can continue making claims that no one understands because we weren't there. But make no mistake, we stand perfectly. We understand premeditation. We understand conspiracy. We understand fraud, insurance policies, and false alibis. We understand how long bodies lay in the ground while you danced, vacationed, and manipulated for attention. We understand the cost, emotional, financial, spiritual, that all of us have paid to clean up the wreckage of your delusion. Therapy, lost work, trauma, panic attacks, courtrooms and funerals, ashes and empty chairs. You are so selfish, so pathologically self-centered that you can't even see the shockwaves you created in every life around you. Webster's dictionary defines tragedy as a disastrous event. What happened to my family is precisely that, a series of disastrous events, each one engineered by you. You and Chad built a religion of narcissism, two people drunk on the fantasy of being special, chosen, above the law, above humanity itself. You labeled people as dark to justify murder. You wrapped evil in scripture and called it faith. You and Chad murdered your children and spouses and then hid behind a veil of lies. You are not exalted. You are not translated. You are a manipulator, a parasite, and a coward. You have no remorse. Your deflection is disgusting. Your interviews are manipulative. Your faith is counterfeit. You still talk as if you're somehow misunderstood. No, wrong. You're fully understood. We see who you are, a manipulator, a liar, and a destroyer. And the worst thing is, Charles loved you. He protected you, and you repaid him with betrayal and bullets. You left him dead on the floor and then went shopping for flip-flops and a new life with your apocalyptic con man. You tried to erase him, stealing his phone, twisting the narrative, and lying to anyone who would listen. But the truth doesn't lie, Lori, and now the truth has destroyed you. Lori, you have noticed this courtroom is full. It's not because people admire you. It's not because they see instrument in God's hands. It's because you're a sideshow freak, a murderous carnival act. People come to gawk at the monster who thinks she's divine. They don't come to honor you. They come to witness the wreckage of your delusion and to see justice crush it. You've always wanted an audience, but this audience isn't here to adore you. They are here to watch you fall, to watch you stripped of the spotlight you crave, to see your false crown ripped away. You are not a goddess. You are not chosen. You are not powerful. You just thought you could play God and win. The only legacy you leave is this. You will be remembered not as an instrument of God, but as a pitiful, cautionary tale of evil and narcissism. Your life will end behind concrete and steel while the world outside remembers JJ's smile, Tylee's strength, Charles's kindness, and Tammy's light. You will be forgotten, except as the sideshow act you've made of yourself, a monster who wanted to be worshipped, but who will only ever be pitied. But the legacy of Charles, JJ, Tylee, and Tammy is here in this courtroom, a new type of family built on love. Colby and his family, Tammy's family, the men and women who battled evil, all of us united, because as Charles said, love always wins. Finally, I want to say this. You once claimed that no one could judge you because they weren't there. Today, everyone is here. The court is here. Justice is here. And now judgment has arrived. May this sentence be as permanent as the graves you filled.
I think Kay has a letter she's reading.
Okay.
Hi, Judge Boreski. My name is JJ Vallow. I can't be here today
to read this letter because I am dead. I was murdered by the defendant, Lori Daybell, or as I used to call her, Mom. See, there are a whole lot of tragedies that have happened to my family, and all of them are the result of my mom's actions. See, my daddy was the first of the dominoes to fall. The day he was murdered, everything good in my world started to crumble. Actually, that's not true. It started before then. It started when she met her co-conspirator, Chad. She abandoned me for 72 days in early 2019. My daddy, Charles, was there for every bit of it. He tried so hard to keep me on my schedule. See, I have autism, and that isn't a bad thing. It just means that I needed extra attention and routines because my brain and my body had more energy than you could ever imagine. To help you understand, it might help to tell you about myself. I went to a really cool school and special school called Lawrence Academy. It's Lawrence Institute for Education. And I loved it. I loved my teachers and my classmates. They understood me so well, and I just thrived there. I was able to go to that school because my dad worked so hard and provided me a special education because I am a special boy. I had a best four-legged friend ever, Bailey, my service dog. Bailey went everywhere with me and kept me calm and safe. I loved Bailey so much. But Lori got rid of Bailey after my dad was murdered, but before she murdered me and Tylee. See, my world crumbled without my dad. Without him to protect me, everything changed. She took me out of my school and told my teachers that my dad committed suicide. She told them on my last day of school. She told me too. I cried all day and just kept saying, my dad's not dead, my dad's not dead, with tears rolling down my face. And I missed my dad. Now I had lost Bailey, my school, and now my dad wasn't just on a business trip anymore. He was dead. Then within the next few days, it got worse. We moved. All of a sudden, I was at Colby's, my big brother's work, telling him goodbye. I couldn't go play with my cousins at Brandon's house anymore. Braxy and Bridie were taken away too. My aunts, uncles, brothers, grandparents, teachers, friends at school, my mama and papa, and Ashlyn, and everything that I knew was gone. All because my dad couldn't protect me anymore. He was my best friend. I loved my dad more than I can ever explain. Lori caused the next tragedy in my family too, the next domino to fall. There was one thing I had left, was my big sister Tylee. She murdered her too. She murdered her on September 8th of 2019, just 59 days after my dad was murdered. Days after she ripped my world apart and took me away from everyone and everything that made me feel safe and secure. Then on September 23rd, 2019, she murdered me. Lori took my dad away. She took away the best man, the protector of me and Tylee. I am dead because she killed him. He never would have let her hurt me, and I know he died protecting me. He took 6 years for me to be able to have a voice, to be here to say what the death of my dad did to me. I am not a domino that fell in her life. I am Joshua Jackson Vallow. I am the son of Charles Vallow. I should be 13 years old now, but I'm forever 7. The impact of my father's death was my murder. And Judge, it is 13 years today that JJ's adoption was finalized, and they moved him immediately right away to Hawaii. And I hope you remember that. I trusted you!
Next is Jerry Vallow.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
My name is Jerry Vallow. Charles was my big brother. And wasn't but a few weeks ago, I was sitting out in my garage with the door open. It was raining a little bit, listening to the fireworks in the distance, and all I could think about was everything I've lost and why. And I kept making excuses not to write a statement, but the truth is there are no words big enough for the impact this has had, and yet here I am. I am a veteran. I served honorably for this country and everything it's supposed to stand for: freedom, independence, and justice. I knew good men that went to war. Some of them came home badly broken. Some came home and couldn't live with the weight of what they carried and ended their lives. Some didn't come home at all. Those men fought for something real, a country with laws that protect the innocent and punish the guilty. That's why I'm here to speak for Charles, my big brother, one of the innocents, because I still believe in that. And Lori shit on all of it. She doesn't deserve to breathe the air those men fought for. She doesn't deserve to sit and play victim when she is the reason we are all here. When I came home from my service overseas, Charles invited me to live with him. He offered a home and support until I adjusted to civilian life again. That's just who he was: giving, loving, supportive, caring, and he was funny, social, and everyone he met became his friends. You couldn't help but be drawn to him. You loved him. He wasn't just my big brother, he was my best friend. We grew up together on the bayous and rivers in South Louisiana, spending countless days and nights camping, fishing, hunting, exploring, and just being kids. We had so much fun. We learned to survive, trust each other, and become men. I miss him every day. He was a devoted father, a teacher, someone who guided and loved his kids with every fiber of his being. All 5 of his children meant the world to him, and he spent his last months fighting for Tylee and JJ because he was a protector. He was a son, a father, a brother, an uncle, a good man. He didn't deserve to die, and he sure as hell didn't deserve to be vilified by the woman that killed him. I keep asking why. Why? Is it about $1 million? He wasn't just a dollar sign to fund Lori's sick game of make-believe. She tried to cash in on his life, and when that didn't work, she brutally murdered her kids for money, and she tried to kill Brandon when he started looking like the next available dollar sign. His murder impacted not only me, but my entire family. She tried to tear us apart, but she couldn't because we're pretty strong, resilient people. It didn't stop with Charles's death. JJ, Tylee, Tammy all murdered, and Brandon almost lost his life. Innocent lives were stolen, and we all feel the deep pain and loss, and it hurts and will for years to come. Lori is responsible for all of this. This isn't a family tragedy that occurred randomly. It was a deliberate act of evil. This has never been a mission from God. She isn't an instrument in God's hands. She was sleeping with Chad Daybell behind Charles's back while planning his murder. You know what kind of instrument kills a father in cold blood, buries two kids in a pet cemetery, and lies through her teeth while doing it? It's called a weapon. And God doesn't use weapons against innocence. She wasn't doing God's work. She was selfish, cruel, and calculated. God didn't send her to commit murder. She used his name to justify evil. That's not God's work. That's blasphemy, plain and simple. She used God's name like a weapon, lied in his name, killed in his name, and now she wants to stand in court and she claims she's doing the Lord's work. She's not some misunderstood woman. She's not some grief-stricken mother. She's not a victim of this story. She wrote her own disgusting make-believe story, and she wrote it in blood. She didn't cry for Charles. She didn't mourn JJ or Tylee, no matter what she says. She erased them. And she didn't give a damn about Tammy. So when she sits there and pretends this is some kind of tragic twist of fate, like she didn't like the fuse, remember that. She didn't just kill Charles. She stole him from everyone who loved him, from his boys, from our family, from me. She didn't just break the law. She pissed all over it and tried to claim righteousness. She started this. She caused this. She wasn't caught in some domino effect. She pushed the first one and kept pushing till there was none left standing. She twisted everything, God, family, and loves. And if she thinks she can twist justice too, don't let her. Don't let her twist away from what she did. She murdered my brother, Charles. Give her what she's earned.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, next we have Brandon Boudreaux's family and Brandon who'd like to speak on behalf of their case.
Okay.
I believe we are starting with Teresa and Carlson Boudreaux. It's Brandon's parents.
Thank you. On October 2nd, 2019, due to Lori Daybell's evil actions, our family lost a measure of innocence and security. Lori Daybell's cruel criminal behavior, combined with the inhumane actions of those who conspired with her, nearly killed Brandon. Had they been successful, the world would have lost a remarkable, kind, loyal man. As his parents, we would have lost a remarkable son. His children, our grandchildren, would have lost their stabilizing father. Our children, his siblings, would have lost an amazing brother who helps guide our family through his selfless example. Brandon's genuine love and kindness is evident in his interactions with his family and friends. He truly cares for those around him, and his actions speak louder than words. We thank God every day that evil didn't succeed. As a family, we have mourned with all who have been affected by Lori's inexcusable acts. Lori Daybell and her evil co-conspirators devastated so many families. Her selfishness is responsible for innocent lives lost, taken from this world without any justification whatsoever. She is the author of heartache and sadness. Today, Lori will face the consequences for her part in hurting so many innocent people. The sentence she is given can't undo the damage and pain she has inflicted upon us, but it's important that she be held accountable for her crimes. We would ask the court to keep Lori confined in prison, away from all of us and the rest of society for the rest of her life. As she serves her sentence here on earth, we will continue to stand together and support each other. We will choose to remember those who have gone from us because of her actions with love. As for me and my family, we will continue to heal together. We won't let Lori or her evil acts define how we see the world or our future. We have endured difficult times. During this period of time, we have feared for our physical safety. We've struggled with a myriad of emotions. The stress of being targeted and threatened takes a toll. There isn't a place in our society for Lori or her co-conspirators. Prison is where Lori belongs and where she should stay until she dies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Brandon Boudreaux, Brandon's brother.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, I want to just say how grateful I am that Alex is a terrible shot and that we get to be here today to talk about my brother who's still living, and he's the only one that was fortunate enough to have that. My name is Brock Boudreaux, and I'm the younger brother of the victim, Brandon Boudreaux. I'm writing on behalf of my wife and myself, and I'm here today to talk about the toll that this heinous crime has taken on our lives as well as the lives of our family. From the moment I found out my brother was having marital issues, I was there for him trying to help. He was abandoned by his then wife, Melanie, in Utah with his children at the end of June 2019 and forced to fly back to Arizona. I offered to help him and flew back to Arizona. When we arrived back at his home, we were both surprised to find his wife already home, having driven back to Utah after abandoning them all there. During that night, I helped the children get to bed and allowed my brother and his wife to try and talk and figure things out. Overhearing their conversations, I realized just how deeply involved Lori, Alex, and Chad were in the failure of my brother's marriage. The next morning, I was talking with Brandon, and he told me how happy he was that I was there because Melanie had called her Uncle Alex the night before. And Brandon had mentioned how he was really scared of Alex and that he was capable of killing someone that had tried before. At the time, I thought my brother was being a bit dramatic. But only a week later, I received the news that Alex had done just that, and he murdered Charles. This was the point where we started beginning to fear for our family's safety. A few months later, the thing my brother had feared the most happened. Alex had attempted to take his life on the orders of Lori. In that moment, our lives changed forever. We could no longer trust that we were safe. We always wondered if someone was coming for Brandon, not knowing just how far these people were willing to go. We were robbed of our sense of safety because of this. We all felt that we needed to get video cameras around our houses, obtain firearms to protect ourselves, and always be watching over our shoulders. As hard as it was for us as his family, I could see how hard it was for Brandon. He was forced to go into hiding, trying to keep his children and himself safe. The toll this took on him was immense. My once fun, energetic, optimistic brother was now a nervous, sad, distraught shell of a man. Our once fun phone calls about future life plans had turned into updates about the case that was proceeding. June 2019 was the beginning of so much sadness in our family's lives. As the story unfolded and things became more public, our family name, being so unique, started to be recognized and associated with the ongoing trials and investigations. I'm a practicing dentist in the state of Arizona, and now I constantly fear of people Googling my last name. Having things pop up about the case rather than information about me or my practice. I would like to think that this has not affected people deciding whether to come and see me or not, but I'm sure it has. Our lives have now become entangled with a story none of us wanted to be a part of. We are forced to have hard conversations with our young children, trying to explain why someone would want to kill their uncle. This has forced us all to watch as Brandon has had to share custody of his children with a woman we all know was involved in his attempted murder. It has forced us to sit back and watch as our name has been publicly defamed and slandered by that same woman. Somehow, she still walks free, but I hope someday she gets the justice she deserves as well. For now, all we ask is that you recognize the pain and suffering that has come from the actions of all the people involved and give a sentence that is fitting. Thank you.
Next is Desiree Smoot, Brandon's sister.
My name is Desiree Smoot, and I am one of Brandon Boudreaux's older sisters. Sorry. It is extremely hard for me to explain just how much my brother means to me and how much the decision of Lori Daybell and others to conspire to shoot him on October 2nd, 2019 has impacted my life and my family's life. Nothing prepares you to hear your dad tell you that someone tried to shoot and kill your brother and that they missed him by inches. The shock, anger, helplessness, and fear you feel is unimaginable. Our lives were completely changed after that day. I saw my brother in person a few days after the attempted shooting, and I will never forget that moment. I can still see him today. His face was so full of fear and shock. He couldn't comprehend what had happened to him. He feared for his life and for his children. As an older sister, there's nothing you want more than to protect your brother, and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't take away his fear and pain. I couldn't fix this. I can still hear my brother's voice as he broke down on the phone. He cried to me, asking how he was supposed to explain this to his children when they were older. How was he supposed to tell them that someone who was supposed to love him tried to take his life? The heartache in his voice broke me. I knew that this was a reality that he was going to have to face at some point. The trauma for him and his kids will never be completely over. The following months after the attempted shooting of Brandon, my husband and I lived in constant worry and fear as we tried to help support Brandon and my nieces and nephews. During this time, my husband was called by my dad and asked to rush over to their house because there were people there that we were really scared of. I remember being terrified for my brother, my nieces and nephews, my parents, and my husband. During that time, we also lived in fear that someone could possibly show up at our house. We had my brother and my nieces and nephews at our house quite often, and we had to be so vigilant in being aware of our surroundings because we didn't know if people were going to show up, people that were trying to hurt my brother. The stress and fear greatly impacted my husband and I as we tried to appear normal for our own kids and for my nieces and nephews because we didn't want them to be worried. Our work lives were impacted as we tried to balance our jobs with the stress and fear we were experiencing. I have never known fear like what we experienced for those few months after the shooting. Eventually, my brother was so scared he decided he needed to take his kids and go into hiding because he didn't feel safe. My mom, my sister, and I decided we would split up the time and each go and support Brandon and help with the kids. I took off a week of work and left my own family to try and offer a little bit of love and safety to my nieces and nephews whose lives have been completely changed because of others' choices. Brandon and I worked hard to try and keep everything normal for his kids while both of us were scared and worried. We didn't want the kids to feel our fear, but we were scared. The amount of stress this balance put on us was extremely hard. We both could feel it. I could see the stress and anxiety on my brother. He was trying so hard to support his kids while he trying to find a way to keep them safe. Family means everything to me, and I am extremely protective of mine. I have felt so angry and helpless because I haven't been able to fix this for my brother and my beautiful nieces and nephews. My heart aches for the realities my nieces and nephews will have to face as they get older and realize what happened to their dad and how all of this impacted their lives and will continue to impact their lives. It is not fair, and I hate it. I have to talk to my own kids about the fact that someone tried to hurt their uncle, someone they love greatly. These are not things any parent wants to have to discuss with their kids. How do you explain this evil act? How do you explain to them that their cousins who they love so much will forever be impacted by this? For the past 6 years, our family has rallied together during this nightmare. And we have become stronger. We have uplifted each other and supported each other. We have prayed for someone to take accountability, to show a little bit of remorse for the pain and heartache they have caused to Brandon, his children, our family, and all the families affected. We have not gotten that. That is really hard for me to accept. I pray every day to be able to forgive people who have caused so much heartache and pain to the people I love. I am grateful for the justice Brandon found in June. I am grateful for the people who worked for that. Today I am asking the court to take into consideration how much these acts have impacted my brother and his kids, how much it impacted all of our family and all the other families. Please help Brandon find a little peace as he strives to put his life back together and keep his family safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Brandon Boudreaux, Brandon's other sister.
Hi, my name is Danae Boudreaux, and I'm the youngest sister of Brandon. I've always been thankful for the beautiful family that I was raised in. My parents raised us in a home filled with love, laughter, and a belief in our Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm lucky to have meaningful relationships with all 5 of my older siblings. As they have been married and had kids, I had the opportunity to find more room in my heart for their spouses and children. Some of my favorite humans in the entire world call me Aunt Nay. I share this to help better demonstrate just how hard it was for me to hear that my older brother had been shot at in October of 2019. Being my oldest brother, I've always looked at him as a protector in a safe space. Hearing the evidence that was presented in this case reminded me just how close I came to losing him that day. As terrified as I was to lose my brother, I could not imagine how devastating it would have been to my nieces and nephews had they lost their dad that day. The greatest impact I feared was what would have happened to those children if something had happened to my brother. Over the coming months, that fear and anxiety for his and their safety was a constant in my life. Being one of the few adults he felt safe leaving his kids with, I spent many hours taking care of my nieces and nephews. I purchased plane tickets and used personal days at work to be able to travel and help care for the kids. I was a kindergarten teacher at the time, and I spent time reading with my niece who was in kindergarten that year. I held my brother's kids close, and I comforted them during times of uncertainty. I have an unwavering belief in doing anything in my power to protect innocent children. In the aftermath of the attempt attempted murder of my brother, I watched my entire family rally to do just that for my nieces and nephews, protect them. We set aside our own fears and worries to make sure that those 4 children were surrounded with love and security. I forged a special bond with my nieces and nephews, one that I still carry today. Had something happened to my brother that day, this bond would most likely not exist. I've carried fear, anxiety, anger, and sadness in my heart as a result of what happened to my brother. There have been times I've feared for my own safety as I've helped to keep those children safe. Out of respect for my brother and his family, I have stayed silent all these years as we've placed our trust in the justice system to hold all of those responsible accountable for what they did. I cannot begin to imagine what my life would look like today without my older brother and his family. I thank God that while we have been through hell, we didn't have to face that horrific loss. Accountability is essential to human growth. The impact of this act of violence on my personal life, as well as that of my entire extended family, has been significant. Thank you for the opportunity to share the thoughts and feelings that I have carried for so many years.
Thank you.
Next is Jenny Boudreaux, Brandon's wife.
My name is Jenny Boudreaux, and I am Brandon Boudreaux's wife. First and foremost, I want to thank all those that have spent countless hours in bringing justice to not only Brandon, but to Charles, JJ, Tylee, and Tammy. Today, I stand here today as a voice for the pain and lasting trauma caused by the attempted murder of my husband, Brandon Boudreaux, on October 2nd, 2019, a day that none of us will forget. That morning, Brandon was driving near his newly rented home in Gilbert, Arizona, when a bullet fired by Alex Cox under the direction and planning of Lori Vallow Daybell and other co-conspirators, missed his head by merely inches. Just inches. One moment, one shot. A moment that should have taken his life, but didn't. And yet, that near-death experience has forever changed his life and mine. When I met Brandon, I saw a man with one of the biggest hearts I have ever known. But it was a heart that had been bruised deeply and wounded by betrayal from those he trusted most. To be hunted by people who were supposed to love and protect him, his own family, left scars that go far beyond physical danger. It robbed him of a sense of safety. It shattered his ability to fully trust. It forced him to live in fear. For months, Brandon was living in hiding, moving from place to place, always looking over his shoulder. The people who wanted him dead still were out there, and he knew they were not finished. After the horrifying news of the murders of Charles and Tammy, and especially Tylee and JJ, children he loved and he knew, Brandon had countless sleepless nights. The fear became constant. I will never forget the night when Alex and another showed up at his family home searching for his children and Brandon. The fear I heard in Brandon's voice was like nothing I had ever heard. He believed that he and his children could be killed. This was his new reality. These crimes weren't just about money or power or twisted religious beliefs. They were also about destroying families, destroying lives. Lori and her co-conspirators tried to take away a father from his children. This is a man who reads scriptures with them, tucks them to bed at night, plays games with them, supports their dreams, encourages them, and loves them with all of his heart unconditionally.
He would do anything for his children. Had that bullet not missed, these beautiful children, now my beloved bonus children, would have grown up without a father's guidance, his protection, and his love. No child should ever be denied that. Brandon was deeply traumatized, and yet he continued to show up for his children, for truth and for justice, even on the first day of our honeymoon, which was meant to be joyful and sacred. I watched my new husband weep in a car after having to identify the remains of a boy he once loved and tried to protect. That boy was JJ, a cousin of Brandon's former wife, the son of the very woman who tried to orchestrate Brandon's murder. That weight, that moment is still and always will be heavy in our lives. He has survivor's guilt. He sometimes wondered why he survived and the others did not. He would say, I would switch places with Charles, with JJ, with Tylee, and even Tammy so that they could live. This is the kind of person Brandon is. He would do anything for the people he loves. Brandon carries emotional scars of attempted murder, betrayal, and loss every day, and yet he remains kind. He remains faithful, and he remains a father that his children are proud of. Today, I am proud to stand beside him as his wife, his best friend, and a witness of his resilience and his courage. The truth has finally come to light, and although it has taken many years to get here, I pray that justice will be served properly. Evil tried to take away, tried to silence Brandon, but it failed. He is still here. He is still standing, and because of that, so are we. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Last will be Brandon Boudreaux.
After Brandon speaks, we'll need to give the court reporter a short break, so I'm just letting everyone know.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to read my sister wrote a letter. She couldn't be here. I'm going to read her letter, and I'll...
That's for Donnell?
Yeah, for Donnell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Donnell Hackey. I'm the oldest sister to Brandon Boudreaux. 6 years ago, our world was rocked in ways none of us could have predicted. I am not unfamiliar with the criminal justice system. I worked within it for over 10 years, but it had never touched my life personally until it did 6 years ago. I watched as my brother Brandon had his entire life ripped apart with absolutely no warning. I watched him try to pick up the pieces of a life and family he had built and to try to bandage the broken hearts of his children with oh so many questions, while also navigating his own personal sorrow and heartbreak. I held him and cried with him and offered what little advice I could with all the love my big sister heart could give him. Then just a few months later, while I was 7 months pregnant with my third child and returning home from a doctor visit, I had my husband sit me down on the couch and ever so gently let me know that my brother had just been shot at. You see, my dad hadn't called me. He called my husband to tell him so that he could carefully and gently tell me what had happened. My world, as I knew it, was shattered. All of a sudden, I was living in a paranoid, anxiety-filled, fear-driven nightmare. As details emerged and my brother gained more information and knowledge, he reached out to see if he could bring his children to hide at our home for a while. There was no hesitation. We took them all in, but those few weeks were filled with terror. We stayed indoors with the blinds shut and the door securely locked. We did our best to entertain 6 children, ours and his, and keep them happy and as unaware of the situation as possible, while also monitoring our streets for any signs of those responsible for this. I no longer felt safe in my home. Leaving meant constantly checking behind and around me, making sure no one was following or watching us. We were on alert 24/7. Our entire family helped shuffle my incredible brother and his kids around, doing our best to ensure that they felt safe and were being loved and taken care of. This went on for months. Once those responsible were caught, we felt some relief. However, more details continued to merge, and my brother's life continued to get thrown for loops. Our family has come out of this closer, stronger, and more unified. We have held our tongues, never having spoken our truths, so as to allow the judicial system to do what it is designed to do, bring some justice to all of the victims. The big sister and me wanted nothing more than to take care of my little brother and his sweet children. I wanted nothing more than to fix everything and make it right. I obviously couldn't do that. I watched as my brother experienced the most horrible things and do so with grace, love, and humbleness that I don't know I would have had. I am grateful for the example he has been to me. I pray that our family can continue to heal and move on and hold strong to each other as we try to close this chapter. So many lives were impacted by such selfish choices. I am forever grateful that my brother was spared that day. And I know that for me, I will never be able to go back to being blissfully unaware of the horrific choices people can make for the most unimportant and selfish reasons. Thank you for your time, Danielle Hackey. Your Honor, thank you for giving me my time today and for listening to all these people who are my family now and who have gone through this with me. On October 2nd, Lori Daybell, someone I considered family, conspired with others to shoot at me, an act that not only endangered my life, but it threatened to destroy the sacred family unit that I cherish for my children. Had this heinous crime succeeded, my children would have been left to face a lifetime of grief, robbed of the love, stability, and spiritual guidance I provide as their father. The betrayal by someone connected to my family has left me battling overwhelming emotions over the years. I felt fear, paranoia. I lived with constant vigilance, loneliness, regret, sadness, depression, anger, heartache, and embarrassment. All while striving to remain a beacon for my children I didn't want them to see. The word family in Latin was used as a word for servant, familia. How beautiful to think of those who are family as those who we serve or who serve us freely without the thought of reward. I try to live this truth every day, serving my children with selfless dedication, nurturing their dreams, teaching them resilience, and providing a foundation of love. Lori Daybell's actions sought to tear me from the sacred role, leaving my children without the father who serves them with unwavering devotion. Trust is something that is intangible. It can almost, excuse me. It can almost be measured in interactions with others by the speed and comfort with which we speak. We can see this inside our families. When it's present, it creates beautiful, safe spaces where human beings can grow and feel loved. As a father, I strive to cultivate this trust, fostering a haven where my children feel secure to grow and express themselves. Had I been killed, this trust would have been shattered, leaving my children vulnerable to fear, uncertainty, and struggling to rebuild the safety that they deserve. I believe the family unit is ordained of God, and as such, it can be the most safe and sacred space we have in this life. I was raised in such a unit by parents who created this for me. And my life's greatest desire is that one day my children will look back and say that I created that for them. This divine calling gives me a drive to provide a nurturing and sacred environment for my children, mirroring the love I received. The choices that were made on October 2nd by Lori and others attempted to end my life. They threatened to rob my children of this God-ordained sanctuary, denying them the legacy and safety of love I strive to build. Research underscores devastating impact of losing a father in early childhood. 20 to 30% of bereaved children develop clinical depression or anxiety, grappling with abandonment. It can hinder their ability to form healthy relationships. My children would have faced these scars and many more. Their sense of security would have been destroyed. The violent act orchestrated by Lori would have taken this. Additionally, children who lose a parent experience academic setbacks, social withdrawal. Studies show that such children face socioeconomic challenges as adults, threatening the stable future I work tirelessly to provide. Besides my children, I have extended family for whom this conspiracy's toll I will never truly know. There's no measurement system for our grief, for our stress, for their pain and their trauma. They carry a burden that was no responsibility of their own. They're good people, all of them. But they showed up. They understood what family meant. They postponed work. They postponed life. They postponed fun. They even put out their own children and their own spouses. I had to ask them and their families to keep me safe and put them in jeopardy. I was scared to stay with them for months after they shot at me and kept trying to find me. I was continually pursued. When I asked my new wife to marry me, I had to do so, knowing the burden I brought to our marriage. A life filled with unwanted attention, trauma, from a conspiracy I knew nothing about until it was almost too late. This burden will never go away, but we will learn to deal with it. We can never go back. We can't fix these things. There's no way to make right all the injustice and suffering that we've endured. So my greatest hope is that we can protect others from facing it. I hope those who participated can be removed from a place where they can have a chance to hurt anyone ever again in the future. No one deserves to live a life of fear and trauma. I have friends who stood up and put their lives on hold to help me and my children. I don't know how to convey to you the fear they must have felt to just be involved with me or around me. As others conspired and continued to come looking for me. I can't imagine the impact it had on them after the fact or during, and some of them had to distance themselves to keep their family safe. Finally, this overwhelming toll and conspiracy has had so much effect on those who are called upon to uphold our laws, and to those that I employed to try to protect my family. I would include attorneys, law enforcement, juries, yourself. your staff, all the people who have to deal with this. We've spent countless hours and precious resources from our community's taxes, mine and my family's personal finances, striving to prove exactly what happened, and most importantly, to keep children safe. All of this could have gone to more productive and beneficial things to help others, but it had to be diverted because of selfishness and self-centered conspirations. Your Honor, I'm a believer in forgiveness, and I believe it can be relieving for people to let go of the feelings that I've been describing, to give them away to their Savior, so that there's more room for good feelings and things that can come in this life. I try to practice this. I'm not perfect at it, but I have found relief in it. But I do not believe that this means that we can trust those who commit crimes to continue to have freedom that they had before. I choose to forgive Lori for myself so that I can be able to be a better father to those children I described. Be a better husband for my new wife. A better son and brother to these wonderful people who came. And a better neighbor and friend to those people who were there for me when I needed it most. But I have never seen any remorse or acknowledgement from Lori or any of her conspirators. Only denial, shaming, and accusation. I would never feel safe if she has freedom. I will always fear her for what she would try to do, again to hurt my family. The trauma of this attack has already shaken my children's sense of safety. It's forced me to fight through pain, and it's forced me to work to restore trust for them in this life that we live. Lori's conspiracy was an assault on the essence of familia or selfless love. It's an assault on trust, and it's an assault on the divine sanctity of what a family is and what I grew up in. I would urge you to recognize this harm, this act that was intended to inflict pain upon myself, my family, my children, who deserve to grow up in a sacred, safe space. And I would ask you to protect us as I let go of those angry feelings and all of those things. I would ask you to protect us, keep us safe, keep these people who deserve it safe. And I just ask that and thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a short recess of about 10 minutes. You may wish to remain in the courtroom in your seats, but if you do need to use the restroom, you might want to do that at this time.
All right.
You're watching coverage of Lori Vallow Daybell's sentencing. You just heard from Brandon Boudreaux, victim in the second murder conspiracy case, the lone survivor in this bizarre, deadly saga. Lori Daybell getting escorted out of the courtroom in her orange jumpsuit. We're going to have a quick break. Court reporter needs a break. I'm sure a lot of people in that courtroom need a break. Very emotional, very powerful statements. We've heard from about a dozen people, including the direct victim, Brandon Boudreaux, but they're all victims in some capacity. Family members of Charles Vallow, family members of Brandon Boudreaux. We've never seen his parents and his siblings speak. Everyone is crying, and you just saw, I mean, just off the top there, Brandon Boudreaux's statement, the fear that he felt in trying to protect his kids, but he says he's willing to, and he is forgiving Lori so he can be a better person overall and be a better dad and husband and brother.
Yeah, I mean, extremely emotional. These are always emotional victim impact statements, the sole essence of what they are supposed to mean for the convicted defendant in these cases. And I mean, we started with Larry. And Larry,
wow.
Larry came right out of the gate.
Colby Ryan, too.
Colby Ryan. I'm sorry. Yeah, we started with Colby and then Larry. I mean, obviously, I think that these are things that they've wanted to say to Lori for a very long time. And then, of course, Kay not only, again, has experience in victim impact statements in this saga, but what was, I think, unusual, and I think for me was the hardest to listen to was the letter that, in theory, that she wrote on behalf of JJ to his mom. And I mean, it was, I'm sitting here trying to cut bites, listening to it again, and it's difficult, to listen to. Important, but again, as a parent myself, very difficult.
So it's about a 10-minute break, but let's again break down the list of people who spoke, the victims. And I would say in the Idaho sentencing, you had more of a restricted list. We didn't hear Larry Woodcock speak as a victim. In this case, he did, as, not just JJ's grandfather, but in this case, Charles Vallow's brother-in-law. So Colby Ryan talked about how Lori thought that she was chosen by Jesus, but he asked if Jesus would ever allow adultery or allow any of the things and the crimes that she committed. And basically said he didn't just lose his father figure, his family members, his siblings. He lost his mother. Like, she's the one who went dark and became evil. And he's talking about the woman who gave birth to him. He's the only surviving child of hers based on her doing. So that was extremely powerful, emotional, and we heard his audio. I mean, he wasn't even there. Imagine if he was standing there feet away from her. Larry Woodcock, you could feel his presence through the screen and yelling at Lori and saying, "Look at me," calling her a murderous mistress and basically that she's going to hell.
I think it's important to point out that, the Zoom call up on the front, where most of the victims are speaking to the judge. That's part of it. Kay even one point tried to turn around and kind of direct her anger at Lori, and they said, no, you got to direct it to the judge. Larry had the lone opportunity to almost stare Lori in the face and called her out and says, "Look at me." Yeah. And this
very powerful visual of him directed to the entire courtroom.
Right.
And Susan Vallow, Charles's sister, who we've gotten to meet here. She has not been in the public eye or in the media or done as much interviews, but she was emotional talking about her brother Charles. Todd Trahan, J.J. Vallow's biological father, saying that he trusted Lori to raise his son because of his own issues that he had and admitted to, and he feels the guilt, he feels regret and remorse, and we got to see him speak for the first time to the public. Kresha, Charles's niece, that's Todd's brother, that's Kay's daughter. She's very invested in this, obviously, because of her family, but she's also gone deep into the case. She knows a lot about this. I can tell you that from talking to her experience that she has on the case files. She knows a lot about Lori and Chad, and she did not hold back on her former aunt. Kay Woodcock, we just spoke about that she wasn't as emotional in her own written victim impact statement. Like, she's been here before, she's done that, but once she read that letter on behalf of JJ that really she wrote to be his voice and to be his perspective, incredibly powerful, as she screamed at the end, "I trusted you," speaking on behalf of JJ, trusting his own mother, adopted mother, and then sobbing in the jury box. She was totally overwhelmed with emotion like I have never seen before. Jerry Vallow, Charles' brother, he's not the most talkative person, but he had a very strong statement as well to address Lori in the court. Brandon Boudreaux's parents, who we've never seen really in the public eye, his brother, two sisters, and his wife, who we've met, Jenny Boudreaux, very emotional, talking about really he was a broken man on their honeymoon, having to identify the remains of J.J. Vallow, and really just being in fear and that paranoia, that trauma, that PTSD. And then Brandon Boudreaux finishes it off and talks about what it felt like trying to protect his kids, and what he's been through as the lone survivor in this.
And that's probably one of the caveats in this whole thing is you're for the first time, outside of maybe hearing from JJ on what Kay had put together, you're hearing from Brandon, really the surviving victim, and so you hear about victim impact statements. A large majority of those are from family members of those who have been killed, especially in this case. But in the rare instance where you have a victim who survived, for them to give their own statement in their own words in person, holds a lot of weight, and I think I would imagine, we'll hear from Lauren, I would imagine very emotional just in that regard to what he had to say. And he had emotion throughout the whole thing. I mean, you could tell leading in, even up to it, listening to his wife speak.
His whole family. Yeah, we've never seen him cry like that. Right. And he's feeling the pain that everyone went through and how worried they were for him for months and even really the whole year. That 2019 year, even going into 2020, you can see the tears in his eyes, and it's that pain, but also the guilt that he felt, the survivor's guilt that Jenny Boudreaux talked about, and knowing what his family went through to be there for him, and all his friends and anyone that took up for him and tried to protect him. He felt like he was putting them in harm's way, even though it was not his fault. So right now we're almost done with this break. They are back in the courtroom in real time, but have not began. You guys have, on the stream, the seal will get you back into the courtroom. The question is, does Lori give another allocution like she did in July 2023?
I mean, I guess this is her opportunity. She's not shied away from her opportunity to tell her side of the story. She couldn't do that while she was, acting as her own attorney. But this is an opportunity for her to do that, something she hasn't taken advantage of, I think, as like we think that she would. I can tell you, though, in real time, we're hearing from the prosecution right now. Trina Kay is speaking.
You're hearing Trina Kay. Okay.
So we'll hear that. She'll be the first one to speak as we come back from the break. Yeah.
Wow. So Trina is going to, in a sense, bring it home, let Judge Boreski know you heard from all of these victims, about a dozen people, and this is why Lori should be sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms consecutively to what she's serving in Idaho. Like, tack it on, even if she's serving life, it needs to be put on paper.
Yeah, I mean, it's semantics. I think we can all assess that, life, concurrent, not concurrent,
it's
whatever.
Life no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of, I think, from Trina, just icing on the cake. She doesn't really need to go too hard. I think we all kind of know where Boreski's head is at and where he's going to, the sentence he's going to issue. So I don't expect Trina to spend too much time unless she really has something she wants to say to the court and to Lori. But I think ultimately she might leave it up to Judge Boreski.
But the sentencing range in Arizona for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is life in prison. The question is, does she get it consecutively? I mean, maybe in other cases this would be different, but Judge Boreski is finally getting to discuss and hear about. Remember, we talked about the door being open. The door has been open all day because this is everything in one big, on one big platter, coming from so many different people affected. He has to feel this, and I think we're going to see that.
Well, and he had to sit there and listen to everybody this morning like we did, and he's looking directly at most of the victims when they're speaking. And so, look, this is what he does. He listens, and he has heard from victims previously in other trials, but he's a human, right? And he's a human just like us, and so he has had to carry that weight through the trial and now through these statements.
All right. Well, all right. We are... Okay, we've got the courtroom there. You see everyone standing up. I can see the back of, that's Tom Evans, former juror, alternate juror in the Lori Vallow trial. And we're getting a look at her seat, just turned around and glanced at everyone. In just a moment, Trina Kay gets set to break it all down like she did in her sentencing memo, but it's going to be more powerful, animated, strong.
Please be seated.
And here we go.
Back on the record in CR 2021-001704, CR 2022-001242. The state can continue with its presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time I would like to address the court. Lori Vallow Daybell, in the jury trial for Charles Vallow, told the jury that the case and murder was about a family tragedy. In her next trial, she told the jury, again in the shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, that this was a tragedy. And while she's been in custody, she has agreed to speak to the media 4 times. And she has again spouted off that this was a family tragedy. A tragedy is a disastrous event, a calamity, a misfortune. Synonyms for tragedy are accident, catastrophe, disaster, misfortune, or mishap. A family tragedy does not involve premeditation. A family tragedy does not involve the intentional killing of a person. A family tragedy does not involve working with an accomplice to commit first-degree premeditated murder. And a family tragedy does not involve conspiring with others to kill. Lori Vallow Daybell has evoked the words family tragedy, but her actions show her to be a cold-blooded murderer. Even more disturbing than Lori Vallow Daybell's attempts to fashion the murder of her husband, Charles Vallow, and the shooting of her nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux, as a tragedy, is the way she has twisted religion and fashioned it as a justification for her actions. The reality is this defendant is the same as every other murder defendant. The motives we usually see in murder cases, money, sex, are exactly what motivated this defendant for the murder of Charles and the attempted murder of Brandon. Although this defendant denies it, her text messages and her own actions show that these were her motives. Lori Vallow Daybell's motive for helping to try to kill Brandon Boudreaux was to help Melanie, the woman who called Lori Vallow Mom and called Chad Daybell Dad or Daddy. Just like with Charles, Lori and Chad used their twisted religion to claim that Brandon was dark, possessed, and therefore his death would be justified. Brandon's death would have given Melanie money, the same motive as with Charles. The only difference was this money was for Lori's, quote, daughter, Melanie. The court has presided over these 2 trials and has heard all of the evidence. The court has accepted the verdicts from both juries. And this court accepted this defendant's admission of statutory aggravating factors in both cases: the presence of an accomplice, the use of a deadly weapon, and for Charles's trial, the infliction of emotional harm on Charles's family. The court is legally permitted to find any other aggravating factors and to give each of them the appropriate weight or value. Emotional harm is a very strong aggravating factor that exists for both Charles's family and Brandon and his family. But how do you give the appropriate weight or value to the aggravating factor of emotional harm? The defendant admitted it exists, but that doesn't provide this court with the facts to really weigh the harm that this defendant sentenced these families to. So I want to start first with Charles's family and their emotional harm. Charles Vallow has 5 siblings. He has nieces and nephews. He has 2 sons from his first marriage, Cole and Zach. He had JJ and Tylee and Colby, and he had so many friends. You've heard from Charles's sisters and brothers. Charles regularly visited them. He talked with them regularly, and each sibling has suffered extreme harm as a result of this defendant. We didn't hear from Bobby today, one of Charles's brothers. When I first spoke with Bobby, he told me a story of March of 2019. Charles was visiting. Bobby talked to Charles, and Charles told him that Lori was trying to kill him and that she was going to kill him for his insurance money. Bobby told me how Charles was crying as he spoke and how difficult it was for him to talk to him about this. Bobby told me how much he misses Charles and that it felt like someone had cut off an arm or a leg. That's the pain that he suffers to this day. When I spoke with Charles's brother, Jerry, I learned how Jerry looked up to his brother and literally followed him around as a child. How they shared a love of baseball, and Charles, who was a semi-pro, tried to help his brother learn to be a better player. This is a loss that Jerry still feels every day. When I spoke with Charles's sister, Susan, she told me a story about how close her son was to his Uncle Charles, and the reaction that he had when she had to tell him that his Uncle Charles had been killed, how it devastated him. When I first met Kay and her husband, Larry, I could see the exhaustion in their eyes after going through the trials in Idaho. Kay and Charles were exceptionally close, and it was clear to me that Kay would do whatever was needed to ensure that her brother got justice. And she has been here many, many days. But one of the most disturbing parts of this case that gives so much weight to the aggravating factor of emotional harm and shows how callous, how self-centered, how uncaring, and how narcissistic this defendant is the text messages that she sent to Charles Vallow's sons, Zach and Cole, on July 12th, the day after Charles died. She let them know via a text message that their dad was dead. She wrote, quote, "Hi, boys. I have very sad news. Your dad passed away yesterday. I'm working on making arrangements, and I'll keep you informed with what's going on. I'm still not sure how to handle things. Just want you to know that I love you, and so did your dad." One of Charles's sons texted back, "Lori, what happened?" Lori Vallow knew that Alex Cox had shot and killed Charles, but instead of being honest or caring about his sons, she lied and told them, "We are still waiting on the ME report. I'll let you know more when I can." Charles's sons texted again and again, and at one point, one of them indicated, "You can't just tell us Dad died and disappear." On July 15th, one of Charles's sons texted Lori and said, quote, "Okay, Lori, it's been 3 days. You let us know our father passed away over a text message. 3 days and we haven't heard from anyone. The only information we have is the one text from you saying he passed away. You disappeared after that. We need any information you have. What happened? When did it happen? How did it happen? Where is he now? Are there any funeral plans? We talked to him all the time, and now he's gone. He was our dad, and we loved him very much. We deserve answers." Lori Vallow Daybell never answered their questions about what happened to their dad. Instead, she lied to them and said she was planning to cremate Charles and take all of them to Hawaii to spread his ashes. Instead, this defendant FedExed Charles's ashes to Louisiana and took Chad Daybell to Hawaii. This court has heard from just a handful of the people who loved and cherished Charles. There are more in the courtroom and many more who could not be here. Each one of them will never be complete again. This defendant damaged every one of Charles's family members and friends when she helped orchestrate his murder. This court is in possession of lifetime injunctions for Susan Vallow, Jerry Vallow, and Kay Woodcock. The state asks that you sign those and serve them on the defendant. The state also provided to the defendant hard copies of the restitution requested by Kay Woodcock for travel, food, and housing, all the things she had to do to be here in this court. The total amount of restitution for Kay is $8,949.52. The state asks that you order that restitution. The court also heard from Brandon Boudreaux and his family. Brandon survived his attack, but he suffered for months, fearing he would be killed. Brandon left Arizona to hide from Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, and Melanie Boudreaux-Pulowski. Brandon is the person who tied this case to Charles's murder, and he alerted the police when he saw that Chad Daybell's wife had died, and he knew all of these things were connected. Imagine living in absolute fear that you could be shot and killed at any given time by people who were your family. Knowing a bullet had hit your car just a couple inches above your head. This is the emotional harm that this defendant thrust upon Brandon and his family. The court is in possession of lifetime injunctions for Brandon Boudreaux, and the state asks that you sign it and have it served upon the defendant. Brandon asks to keep restitution open. He will be requesting that later. As I said earlier, the court has to weigh all of the aggravating factors that have been stipulated to by this defendant, all of the aggravating factors laid out in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the aggravating factors expressed to this court by the next of kin and victims, against any alleged mitigating factors this defendant might present. There is no doubt that the aggravating factors substantially outweigh any alleged mitigation. The volume and weight of this defendant's actions and the aggravating factors support running each of these defendants' convictions consecutively to the others. Because of all of the aggravation, this defendant's actions, the state requests that this court run Brandon Boudreaux's case consecutively to Charles Vallow's case, and that these two conspiracy to commit first-degree murder convictions from Arizona be run consecutively to the sentences in the defendant's Idaho murder case, CR 22-21-1624. Thank you.
All right. Would the defendant like to address the court or present any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I remain sitting?
Go ahead.
Representing myself at these two trials was a constitutional right that I exercised. I could not have done so without my team. Annalena Ramirez, my paralegal, Jeff White, my investigator, and Pamela Hicks and Robert Abernathy, my advisory counsel. I acknowledge their diligence and hard work in helping me exercise that right. They worked tirelessly, and I appreciate them. Representing myself, I have learned much about the law through this process, and I'm grateful for the knowledge that I have gained. Knowledge is eternal, and it is only love and the knowledge that we acquire in this life that we take with us into the next. I have studied the rules of law, case law, and the like. I was amazed and enlightened as my understandings were completely changed from before I started this process. Before this long court journey, I only had basic understanding of the judicial process. I was of the understanding that both parties would be able to get up at a trial and each tell their side of the story, but I soon learned that the rules of law do not allow that.
Actually, they do.
The process is much more complex than that. It is not designed for that, although the Constitution of the United States was designed for that. The rules of law negate most of that. As a defendant, I was precluded from calling several witnesses. Other witnesses for the defense were precluded from testifying things that they did witness. As a defendant, I was precluded from asking law enforcement specific questions. I was also precluded from admitting documents that the state turned over to the defense as discovery. The founding fathers of this country did not intend for the rules and laws of trial that have been implemented into this justice system to make it impossible for the accused to defend themselves. Their objective was quite the opposite. They advocated for a fair and impartial and speedy trial. It was never their intention for people to be sitting in jail for years and years waiting to be tried while the state continues to try to gather new evidence against them. This is what our injustice system has become. Men and women sitting in jail for years and waiting to be heard. The constitutional right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness thwarted. My case is not unique. There are many here in Maricopa County that have been in jail almost 10 years waiting to be tried. The conditions of this jail are not for long-term confinement. You do not have access to direct medical care. You do not have access to proper nutrition. You do not have access to sunlight. You do not have access to decent dental care. In fact, when you have been at Maricopa County Jail for 1 year, they come to your door and offer you a vitamin D supplement because you have not been in the sun in a year. Imagine this for years. It is inhumane. The state of Arizona, according to the laws, since I am a prisoner from another state, only had 90 days in which to give me 2 speedy trials. That's 3 months. I arrived here at MCSO on November 30th, 2023. That is over a year and a half, 20 months specifically. That is over 6 times the amount of time it should have taken for me to have these 2 trials. But Arizona leaves this law up to the judge's discretion, and the judge has the power to extend your trial at his will. Even though the 6th and 14th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States proclaims otherwise. 98% of all cases in Maricopa County end in plea deals where the accused plead guilty. And I'll tell you why. It's so miserable in that jail that they plead guilty so they can go to the prison and have decent food, decent sunlight, and a chance to live. 2% of all cases in Maricopa County that actually do go to trial, of all the cases that actually do go to trial, only 0.2 end in acquittal. That is 1 out of 1,200 people who go to trial go home.
That's actually not the correct stat.
Is that a system designed to convict you? The rules of law governing trial assure that. As you witnessed in my 2 cases, the judge supports the state to achieve this outcome. So here we are, the state of Arizona has accomplished its intention. 1, to extradite me from Idaho. 2, to convict me. And 3, to add to my ledger of lifetimes. The state used countless taxpayers' money to transport me, house me, millions of dollars to wrongly convict me on 2 charges that they made sure judicially that I could not defend myself against. I know political aspirations, raises, and job promotions were at stake. So congratulations. I was convicted in the media long before I went to trial. We all know that there was no way for me to come to Arizona and get a fair, impartial, or speedy trial. And now that fact has been proven. The state of Arizona brought me here when I was already serving 5 life sentences. Now I will serve 7 life sentences. Will that be enough? Will that be enough? I want everyone to know that I mourn with all of you. I am sorry for your pain. Losing those close to you is painful, and I acknowledge all of the pain, and I do empathize. I feel it too. If I was accountable for these crimes, I would acknowledge it, and I would let you know how sorry I was. but I have witnessed for myself what it is like to leave this mortal existence and return home when I temporarily died in the hospital giving birth to my daughter, Tylee. When our spirit leaves our body and we return to the pure energy state in the spirit world, we immediately no longer feel hate, anger, envy, or resentment. I promise you. We come to earth to experience these emotions, but these emotions are immediately replaced by a blissful, heightened sense of peace, love, joy, and well-being. The moment our spirit leaves our body, we feel more alive than we ever did on earth. And we have deep empathy for those we have left behind. We do not want our loved ones to grieve or be sad. We know that they will because that's a mortal experience, but they come to comfort us. We immediately know the minute you leave your body, you are aware of who you are, why you came to earth, and that we will all be together again soon, and that this separation is only temporary. All of the cares and pressures and problems immediately melt away. And after comforting our loved ones, we move on with our eternal life, continuing to pursue knowledge and wisdom and understanding in eternal progression. Heaven is a very busy and happy place where everyone is engaged in projects that they love to do. That includes Joshua, that includes Tylee, that includes Tammy, that includes Charles. No one there, none of these people are seeking revenge or justice. So although we miss our loved ones, and I do too, I assure you that they are busy and happy and peaceful. I have felt the kind of contentment that they feel now, and I try to duplicate that here. So whether I'm giving 5 life sentences or 7 life sentences, I will continue to try to uplift and help and strengthen those around me. It does not matter where you serve on earth as long as you do it with love. It doesn't matter if I'm given 7 lifetimes or the death penalty like my husband. What things look impossible to man are easy for Jesus. Jesus tells us in the Bible not to judge, but this whole entire justice system is just that. So I want you to watch, because God will show the world great miracles. I will continue to love everyone I come in contact with, and I will turn this battle over to God. If this is God's battle, then the math doesn't matter. 7 lifetimes or the death penalty doesn't matter. God's miracles will abound. When a soldier goes off to war, he is a soldier. When a soldier comes back from war, he is a warrior. And Jesus is in the prisons. He is turning his soldiers into warriors. For the prisoners shall go free. Sometimes victory doesn't look like victory until it's finished. Prisoners who have been told that they will never go free will be free. And I want you to expect miracles, and I want you to watch for them, because you will see. We fear not what man can do, because God's warriors surround us. When the battle is relentless, and this one has been for over 6 years, remember, God is building his army of warriors in the prison system. He is turning Sauls into Pauls. When Jesus is sending his servants into the prisons to prepare his warrior team, we will be there only until this purpose is complete, and then the warriors will walk free. We are redeemed by Jesus Christ, so we are free right now, but his chains will break. Prison walls will fall. The power and majesty of God will be revealed. When Jesus is ready, he will call his warriors from the prisons, and we will walk free, and we will serve him. I will quote Moroni, the great prophet, from Moroni 8:16, and he says, "Behold, I speak with boldness, having authority from God. I fear not what man can do, for perfect love casteth out all fear." And in Ether, Moroni says, "And now, If I have no authority for these things, judge ye. For ye shall know that I have authority when ye shall see me, and we shall stand before God at the last day.
Do you have anything else?
No.
In this day and age where truth seems to matter little to our talking heads on the news and to our politicians, I'm proud that this trial court and through our jury trials, we draw on the collective wisdom of jurors to determine the truth. As I said in my jury instructions to the jury, it is their job to determine the truth. The defendant spent several minutes talking about statistics and being prevented from presenting her side, and that is not the truth. Maricopa County is a court of innovation. We virtually screened hundreds of jurors, and we kicked off jurors from service that had ever even heard of Lori Vallow. So when she says that she couldn't get a fair trial in Maricopa County, that is not the truth. Your cases involved 24 separate jurors who deliberated and reached verdicts on these two cases. They represent a broad cross-section of society, which means these two verdicts represent the decisions of our community, not the view of a single person, not the view of a single prosecutor, and not the view of a judge. The collective decision-making of juries helps to reduce individual biases and errors in judgment. 12 jurors in the first case unanimously agreed that proof beyond a reasonable doubt established you conspired to kill Charles Vallow. And 12 separate jurors in the second case, again with no prior knowledge of you whatsoever, no knowledge of your notoriety, unanimously agreed you conspired to have Brandon Boudreaux killed. Many people have asked why the state bothered to extradite you and bring you to Arizona, given the sentences that you received in Idaho. Trials are not just about seeking accountability or punishment from those who have committed crimes, but to give the victims of crimes justice and acknowledgement of the impact of being a victim. Justice demands not only recognition of the pain inflicted, but a firm response that upholds the dignity of every victim harmed by the actions of someone who has shown blatant disregard for humanity. You've left a wake of destruction stretching from Louisiana, across Texas, Arizona, up to Idaho and back again. Anytime a person victimizes a single individual, the ripple effects of their actions extend far beyond the immediate harm. And you have not victimized just a single victim, but many. You've shattered lives, you've undermined trust, you've sowed fear in the hearts of many. I can't imagine what Brandon and his family went through for those months, hiding, Charles's family wondering who's next. Is someone coming for them? Jenny said a lot of the things I was already going to say to you, Brandon. I'll just touch on a couple of them. I had wondered during the trial whether you suffer from survivor's guilt, and she confirmed that for me today. I also remember looking at you in the back of the courtroom trial, and just, you have this look about you of a wounded individual. I hope you can heal someday. To Charles's family, I just wanted to share with you that I'm sorry for your loss. Charles seemed like a great all-around guy. One of the exhibits that was put up during the first trial, I noticed something. He and I share the same birthday. So I'll remember him on my birthday. I've seen many, many cases in my career where someone faces a long prison sentence for what amounted to one split-second bad decision. You are not that person. The amount of contemplation, calculation, planning, manipulation that went into these crimes is unparalleled in my career. Your powers of manipulation are profoundly destructive, one that undermines trust, distorts truth, and can erode the very foundations of healthy relationships and society. The impact of your manipulation has been devastating, insidious, and far-reaching, and perhaps still unknown. One can't help but wonder if Alex died as a result of the extraordinary burdens that you placed upon him. No one will ever know. You preyed on the vulnerability of those around you, JJ, Tylee, Alex, Melanie, others. And today I heard about Colby. You specialized in exploiting the empathy and goodwill of others, turning those virtues into tools of control and harm. I think that over time, as a result of being subjected to your manipulation, those people lost their sense of self and their ability to distinguish truth from falsehood. In the face of such profound damage, a long prison sentence is not merely a punishment. It is a necessary affirmation that our society values justice, protection, and the sanctity of human life. You just referenced a Bible verse or a verse recently about the prisoners shall go free. That is not a literal verse. That is a verse about people that accept Jesus can be in prison and they will go free when they die and go to heaven. But it will take an act of God for you to go free. In short, you should never be released from prison. Eventually, the camera that you seek out so much, the media requests, will lessen over time and you'll fade into obscurity. The state has requested that I find additional aggravation. The court does find that in CR 2021-001704, the offense was committed in the expectation that you would receive pecuniary gain. In the CR 2022-001242 case, the court finds the emotional harm suffered by Brandon and his family to be immeasurable. The sentences on those aggravating factors alone will be justified. The state also asked to find an aggravating factor of a prior felony conviction within 10 years of this offense. However, I'm hesitant to do that just because of the way that statute reads, that the offense had to be committed before the date of the offense on these two crimes, which it wasn't. So the court will decline to find that aggravating factor. However, as I said, the substantial amount of harm to the victims and the victim's family, emotional, financial, and otherwise, are immeasurable and justifies consecutive sentences. Ms. Vallow, what's your position on Ms. Woodcock's restitution request of $8,949.52?
I just received it from my advisory council, and I'd like to get a chance to look at it. So I know that the restitution from Brandon hasn't been turned in yet, so we'll look at that and I can discuss it with my advisory council.
Would you want to waive your appearance for a restitution hearing in the future and have your counsel handle that?
I don't see why I couldn't appear by Zoom.
I think my request would be just to leave, not waive her appearance at this time, but if there ends up being some restitution hearing, I can reach out to her and decide if she wants to be here for that.
I'm not going to have her extradited from Idaho for a restitution hearing if she wants to appear, so that's my issue here. She may be able to appear virtually, I don't know.
Because at this time, we don't have the restitution from Mr. Boudreaux, so.
All right. I'm going to set a status conference regarding restitution as to Kay Woodcock. We'll set that in a few moments. If you agree to it prior to that date, we'll vacate it. If not, we'll have to talk about setting a restitution hearing. The court will also, at the request of Brandon Boudreaux, issue a lifetime injunction that prevents you from having any form of contact whatsoever with him for the rest of your life. The court will also issue an injunction on behalf of Susan Vallow, Kay Woodcock, and Jerry Vallow that likewise prohibits you from having any form of contact with them for the rest of your life. You'll be served with those injunctions later today. In each case, it's ordered that you pay a $9 victim compensation fund assessment, a $20 probation assessment, a $2 victims' rights enforcement assessment, and a $13 criminal penalty assessment. Although it's largely symbolic, the court's going to impose the maximum fine allowable for each case. It's ordered that you pay a $150,000 fine plus a 78% surcharge on each case. Those total fines on each case is $267,000. I know the law says that you can't financially benefit off your crimes, but in the event that somehow you did, those restitution amount or those fine amounts are out there that can be paid. As to count 1 in CR 2021-001704, the court orders you to be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. This sentence would run consecutively to the District Court of the 7th Judicial District of the State of Idaho in Fremont County, case number CR 22-21-1624. As to count 1 in CR 2022-001-242-001, it's ordered that you be sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 25 calendar years. That sentence also, due to the number of victims you've created in the two cases, the immeasurable harm you've inflicted on many, it's ordered that that run consecutive to CR 2021-001-704. Because these sentences are consecutive to one another and consecutive to the Idaho case in which you are currently serving a sentence, you're giving 0 days credit for time served. You have the right to appeal from the orders of the court and to have a lawyer represent you. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you. If instead you want to represent yourself in your appeal, you must file a written waiver no later than 30 days after the filing of your notice of appeal. If you cannot afford copies of the necessary records and transcripts, they would be provided for you at no cost. If you want to appeal, you must file a notice of appeal within 20 days of today, or you lose that right. If you want to petition for post-conviction of relief, you must file a notice within 90 days from today, or within 30 days after the appellate court issues a mandate affirming the judgment and sentence in your direct appeal, whichever is later, or you would lose that right as well. It's ordered remanding you to the Custody Department of Corrections effective today to carry out those sentences. We're at recess.
All right.
Lori, right in prison. We can't do that. Let's go. Everyone out now.
And there it is, Lori Daybell being taken out of the courtroom, and you just heard someone say, Lori, rot in prison. I can tell you, I know that voice, and that is Vicky Hoban. That is Tammy Daybell's aunt. She used to live in Arizona. She now lives in Utah, and she has come here for this sentencing. So many people impacted are in this courtroom. You're looking at Kay Woodcock hugging with someone in law enforcement in uniform, and there's Kresha hugging someone on the prosecution, Todd Trahan as well. That is JJ's biological father. Brandon Boudreaux and his wife coming out of the box right now. I can tell you that's Rex Connor right there. That's Lori's uncle, the one there with the glasses, talking to Todd. Kay, very emotional day for her. You can see it. You can see the relief. You can see the happiness as Lori Daybell sentenced to 2 consecutive life terms for the murder conspiracy convictions. There is on paper, possibility of parole after 25 years, but we know that's not happening because she's serving multiple life terms, 3 consecutive in Idaho. There's 5 life terms in Idaho, as Lori told everyone. But that's a total now of 7 life sentences, 7 eternities. And Lori does not care. Lori has used scripture to say that God is building a system of warriors within the prison, and then that they will one day go free. And how about Judge Boreski and his address before the sentencing, and what he said to Lori, that she is basically a disregard for humanity. And the way he spoke directly to Brandon and said, Brandon, I can tell you have survivor's guilt, and I can tell that you have this way about you, that you've been wounded and you are still trying to heal, and I hope you heal one day. And for him to address Charles Vallow's family and say, I share the same birthday as Charles Vallow, and I'm going to remember him on my birthday.
Yeah.
That is powerful. And he got a little bit emotional. You can tell just in his voice a little bit of a quiver. And I have not seen a judge. I mean, I'm sure it happens directly addressing a family of victims. But the way he did that, and even to say to Lori that he's not sure if she didn't have any part in Alex's death.
Yeah, that was subtle.
Wow.
Yeah, that was subtle. You're right. He had to even take a pause. You could tell he was choking up. Look, we've said this before. He's a human. We're all human. For him to sit through both of these trials, listen to that evidence, and again, notice those little things. Again, the look on Brandon's face, the things that he said. I think it just hits home how this case has affected so many people who may not be directly associated with this family in any way, and ultimately handing down the sentence, which, Boreski could be like, this just isn't enough. This is all he can do under the rule of law. But he made it a point to emphasize, look, if I could do more, I would. But at the end of the day, you are never getting out of prison. You are never going to have contact with anybody associated with this case. And almost as if saying, bye, that the judicial system in Arizona did its job, did exactly what it was supposed to do, gave him the freedom to, issue this sentence, these 2 sentences today. But you saw a human side of Boreski this morning.
He's been waiting to do this.
Yeah.
He talked about her thirst for attention and how basically he's making sure that she's locked up. And that, and even going over the fines, I believe $267,000 in fines, not even talking about restitution.
Right.
We haven't gotten there. She has 20 days to file an appeal. I mean, she started off her allocution with thanking her legal team like she won an award for something.
Yes, I get it. I'm sure they helped, but to come right out of the gate with that, again, just shows you the disconnect. It reaffirms that she lives in a separate world, and that she still has will not, I think purposely is refusing to comprehend the pain and the damage that she has caused, which is what we heard from Boreski kind of reiterate that, is that you clearly have no idea and will not accept the pain. She even referred to it. I feel your pain. I feel the same pain. Again, just completely out of touch. We're not surprised. We talked about this a lot. We're not surprised this is who she is. But I think, another slap in the face to everybody in the courtroom today. Boreski kind of reiterated that, you're not the victim here, right? And others made that point. You're not there. No way are you the victim in any of this.
We just got a statement from the Maricopa County Attorney's Office, Rachel Mitchell, on Daybell's sentencing. It says, this was a long process, but one that was necessary to get justice for Charles Vallow, his family, and Brandon Boudreaux. I'm very proud of the work by Prosecutor Trina Kay and the entire team to make sure Lori Vallow Daybell returns to Idaho, knowing she didn't get away with her crimes committed in Maricopa County. And goes on to say no one from the office available for interviews on this matter. Trina Kay really carried, I mean, she had a team, so credit goes to the prosecution, to MCO on both of these cases, but Trina Kay carried the case in chief pretty much the whole way as far as direct exam, cross-exam, you know, from openings to closings, and you saw her statement as well, and how she knows this case inside out and breaking it down. We have our panel ready right now. Good to see you guys. Benjamin Taylor, Rich Robertson, Taylor Larson, and Mel McDonald. Now, we haven't done any mic checks, so we're just going to wing it. I'm going to start off with Judge Mel. Judge, what do you think of Judge Boreski and how he basically laid the hammer down on Lori Daybell?
I think it was to be expected. I was extremely impressed with his comments. Some of the victim statements, I think, were exceptional. Trina did a great job. The judge did a job. I was so offended, again, by Lori's comments. She is a sociopath. I think if there's one regret I have in this case, it's that this death sentence was not on the table, because clearly as Chad Daybell deserved the death sentence, Lori Daybell also deserves a death sentence. And one other thought that I had is I hope the prison authorities prohibit contact between Chad and Lori. These people conspired to kill multiple people and attempt to kill one another. And I hope prison authorities ban them from having any phone contact, because that cult that they established and the evil that they've got, I think, could potentially endanger other people. A beautiful consequence would be to prohibit them from ever talking to each other again. If they did, if they even wrote, every letter should be screened.
Taylor, are you surprised at what she said in her allocution? And I'm going to assume it's a no, because you alluded to this on the record when we talked about what she was going to say in her. I mean, she thanked her team, like this was some press conference after a game, and then basically said that, you know, the court of law is a sham and that she basically didn't get a fair trial. I mean, the way to start with that, and it says she mourns with everyone about Charles and everyone involved.
Yeah, I mean, it was no surprise. It was very easy to predict that. The most shocking thing, I guess, was the opening, like you said, where she thanked her team and acted like she had won an award. You know, the award being the dumbest criminal, as, you know, Judge Mel said on the record. So I don't know if that's an award that anybody would want. But, you know, more victimhood, more spin, more deflection, more I'm smarter than you guys. You just don't know what's going to happen. It's all God's plan. And, you know, it got to the point where it was really insulting when she kind of insinuated that she relieved these people from pain. You know, she sent them to the spirit world so that they could feel nothing but happiness and joy, and they're all happy on the other side, and they're busy, you know, and that to me, if I was in that jury box with all the victims and their families, that would have been, you know, really hard to not just jump across the courtroom and go after her for that. But, you know, I loved that Judge Boreski kind of shoved it back in her face with a scoreboard shout out. You know, she lost 36-0 on all counts in 3 trials.
Yeah, well, Boreski was, I mean, that was powerful. Benjamin Taylor, is there a statement, a victim impact statement? We heard from about a dozen people. Who stood out to you? Obviously, very emotional day for everyone.
When they read the son's, who's deceased, letter, that was like one of the most powerful things. Like, I mean, he's like, pretty much talking from the dead. That was impactful. I heard, Obi mentioned that earlier and prior that was impactful to him too. So that was very impactful. Brandon himself, him getting a chance to speak, and the judge mentioned having the victim's guilt for being still alive, still be able to walk, and everybody else is dead. So, being able to represent victims, you see a lot of victims do have that, the ones who do survive. So, those are probably the most impactful. All of them were impactful, but just being able to have victims come and speak, that's their, chance, and their, pretty much their last chance to be able to address Lori and look her in their eye and tell them how they feel. And a lot of times that's a form of therapy, being able to talk and be able to express them and have the world hear their pain and their grief. I think, all of them did a great job here when they did their victim impact statements. And they finally got the chance to address her and look her in the eye and tell them how they all feel.
Rich, what was it like seeing Brandon's family members? I've never seen his sisters, his brother, his parents. We talk about the fear Brandon had, but they were all in fear for his life and for themselves.
Yeah, we certainly knew about the fear. I was in the middle of that at the time it was happening, and Brandon was hiding out his children, and we didn't know where an attack might be coming from. And these trials are all about procedures, and there's a lot of legal issues that keep emotions out of trials. This was the opportunity at this sentencing for all of those emotions to come out and to put it in the context of the impact on people's lives. The ripple effects were referred to a number of times about the family devastation and how it's just altered everything about their families. None of that comes out in trials. It's very focused on the crimes and the forensics. But today is when all of that emotion comes out.
And Rich, to follow up, I know that Gilbert Police, because that's where Alex died, and we know he died of natural causes on paper, but to hear Judge Justin Boreski say, I wouldn't be surprised if you had something to do with that based on everything Alex had done for you, Lori. He's saying what a lot of people have on their mind. Alex is not here to defend himself, and he is part of this. He's a co-conspirator and just these heinous crimes. But that is something we have never heard before from someone in that position.
Right. Well, and Larry said the same thing, that he felt that she had a role in Alex's death. That's going to be the unanswered one forever. The other part that sort of came out again was, it was interesting to me in the victim impact statements about this, that they talked about co-conspirators in Brandon's case. They never mentioned Melanie until the prosecutor mentioned Melanie right there at the end. Lori, she brought up Melanie Boudreaux by name. I thought that was significant.
Yes, and again, Melanie has not been charged, but she's the ex-wife of Brandon Boudreaux and was very involved in deep within this inner circle, and moved next door to Lori in Rexburg, Idaho. And I remember asking her, come on, do you know where these kids are? You lived right there next to Lori. You can't help but wonder. Taylor Larson, to see Kay and Larry, you know them as well, and the emotion, it was almost sort of an unleashed rage that they've been holding in. And we haven't seen Larry give a victim impact statement. He did it in Idaho. But the way he commanded that Zoom screen and was speaking to Lori through the screen, wow. And then for Kay to have a letter written on behalf of JJ as sort of a double statement, that was something that I didn't expect.
Yeah, and to your point, Larry's statement, it was like he was coming through the screen. And even though he was virtual, it was like he was there in the courtroom. He commanded that courtroom. He spoke directly to Lori and said everything that he's wanted to say for 6 years. And I think that the emotional aspect of holding, all that in for both Larry and Kay and everything that they've gone through over these past 6 years, it just boiled out, knowing that this is the last time they'll ever have to speak with her or to her or be in her presence. And in a way, it was liberating, I think, too. You could see that, too, with Kay. As soon as she got done reading that letter, all the emotions came out as she just sobbed there audibly in the jury box. And that was part of, one of the hardest parts for me to watch, in all these statements, was to see just that pure, raw emotion come out. And then, it was nice to see that you could kind of see a burden be lifted from her and be liberated.
Judge Mel, I want you to break down the numbers. There's a lot of logistics in the sentencing. I'm not sure what exactly stood out to you, but the fines, nearly $300,000 in fines, a potential restitution hearing because, Kay Woodcock specifically has traveled back and forth and given up her time and done what she's had to do to be here. And so things like that, the nuances, the 20 days to file an appeal for Lori Daybell, and then also the possibility of parole after 25 years. We know that means nothing, but if you could take us through the mind of Judge Boreski and how he was delivering this.
Well, the judge has the requirement to set forth precisely what the law mandates to be the punishment. I wanted to say one thing leading up to that. I was so impressed by some of the comments of the victims and their families. And Brandon has always been a hero. I think his work and Rich's work helped break this thing open. The case was at a stalemate. But the thing that blew me away was the power of the impact. There's one person in that courtroom that it floated above her head, the sociopath sitting in the defense chair, defendant. It meant nothing to her. But I think what it did is it let the world see, and her own comments before her sentencing, what a cold-blooded, sociopathic, pathetic human being she really is. As to the sentencing, I wouldn't put it past Lori to try to get a money deal out of this, try to sell book rights, try to do something. That's where I love the restitution to be in there, to go in. But I really hope the Idaho Department of Corrections people prohibit her from having any contact with Chad or anybody connected, Melanie, because of these conspiracies. I want to put an end to any threat to anybody in the future. And Lori Daybell is capable of anything.
And Judge, I mean, you've listened to lots of cases, very, very graphic and emotional cases. We saw Boreski pause for a second, get choked up when addressing the families. First Brandon and then the family of Charles. Talked about how he shared a birthday with Charles. But it's rare to see that type of emotion come from someone on the bench. In your past, how difficult is it? Have you ever had a moment in delivering a sentence in the same manner? Have you ever experienced an incident where you had to take a pause and kind of rein in your emotion, rein in some of what you're feeling to maintain the courtroom and the atmosphere in order to, proceed as usual? Because again, it's almost a window into Judge Boreski as a human.
Yes, the thing that brought to mind in 1982, I was invited to go to Israel. And I met with the prosecutor of Adolf Eichmann, Gideon Hausner, who had been the attorney general. And he gave me a book of the Holocaust trial. And I started to read the book, and I've never been able to read it. The horror, the trauma of women, of children, of the elderly. Unthinkable crimes. And this is why this case has gathered worldwide attention. Because of the cold-hearted, evil surroundings of this crime by these people, and then using Christ and using God and using Scripture is a justification for these sociopathic deeds. I understand that. There were a number of cases when I was sentencing people that I would feel this emotion. And I think anybody that's followed this, that has looked at that, imagined that little boy, that teenage girl, Charles, Tammy Daybell, the human spirit just grieves at how somebody could be this ruthless, this cold-blooded. So yeah, I appreciated his feeling, his passion. It's a rare thing that you have it to that extent. I've had it a few times, but I witnessed that in 1982, and every time I think of the Holocaust and those things, this case reminds me of that type of heartless behavior.
Rich, not sure how much you know about this, but I've tried to, pry with MCSO to tell us, how we can get access to the final extradition. And that probably involves Idaho law enforcement coming here. But this should happen within the next month. She's going to be in Estrella jail for the meantime. She's not going to Perryville, right? Like, right. It's jail back to Pocatello.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right. They'll just transport her as soon as Idaho can come and get her. I think sounds like she's anxious for that to happen, so she's not going to throw up any impediments.
And somebody's asking here, how is it 7 life sentences? I want to remind everyone here that it's 7 life sentences because she had 5 life terms in Idaho for 2 first-degree murder convictions with J.J. and Tylee, and then 3 conspiracy to commit first-degree murder convictions for J.J., Tylee, and Tammy. But 3 of those life terms are ran consecutively, and now you have the 2 consecutive life terms here for conspiracy to commit murder with Brandon and Charles. So, I mean, that's 7. I mean, that is, I don't know what the record is, but that is, and it's also, we don't know what she did physically. It doesn't matter, but to think that she orchestrated all of this and she has now 7 life sentences and she doesn't care. We have a question from Emma asking, the evidence was very circumstantial. Could a real defense cast doubt on a jury? Benjamin, you've talked about this before. What do you think?
I mean, not to brag, but I think if I had in that case, I'm not saying I'll get an acquittal or not guilty, but I think you can at least poke holes, and that's an excellent question from your viewers, to at least get a hung juror. I mean, there was overwhelming evidence, but defense counsel can definitely help her in these cases. And if you watch, both trials, she made tremendous amount of mistakes, asking questions she didn't know about, didn't really know the law. It seemed like she was confused when she was doing cross-examination. So I think, any competent trial attorney could have at least maybe had the jury hold out for maybe a couple of days. As you saw, both of these juries, they both convicted her within less than a day. The second trial, she convicted in less than half an hour. So yes,
you're right.
A person would definitely win, or at least get a hung jury.
And then, back in the law group, either Taylor or Mel, I mean, you had to take some offense when she's basically talking about the Constitution and how she didn't get a fair trial, and she studied case law, and judges like, no, we've done everything right here. We've given you every opportunity. She said she couldn't call on certain witnesses, or talked about, either the questions she has not been able to ask. I mean, it was all over the place. And in the end, he denied her request for a new trial. There was no merit in those arguments. As someone who's been in the court of law, any of you, I mean, that has to be like a slap in the face, because you know how the system is supposed to work, and she's saying it doesn't work, essentially.
Yeah, I think that Judge Boreski did a good job of standing up, not just for justice and for the justice system, but also the justice system, particularly here in Maricopa County. He talked about the innovation that Maricopa County has. We know that Maricopa County Superior Court system is the 4th largest in the country, and it's still run, pretty well. And they were able to, send those jury summons out, by the thousands, and cast a wide net to ensure that they would find an impartial jury. And, I think they did. And, just down here in Arizona, like I said earlier, the scoreboard's 24-0. And, it was those 24 jurors, and they didn't even deliberate longer than 24 hours combined in 2 trials.
And then right now we also have a live look at the courthouse where a press conference should take place. All the mics from the news stations are set up as we wait for Kay Woodcock to speak, Brandon Boudreaux. I can see Kresha right there. That's Kay's daughter in the red. So everyone wants to hear sort of that closure, what it feels like. Is this what justice looks like? But there's still going to be healing that needs to be done with all this trauma.
Yeah, a second ago, Rex Connor, JJ's great uncle.
Yes.
Obviously on Lori's side. He spoke a little bit. He obviously, I think you could hear in the tone in his voice, we're going to hear probably similar tone from everybody, that they're all taking a big sigh of relief now. This is really the final chapter for them, the closure. They know where she's headed. They know what her life is going to be like now. Obviously, it never takes the pain away and cannot replace what they've lost. But just hearing from Rex moments after the sentence, I think this family, they are looking forward to moving on from all of this. It'll be something I'm sure they all discuss moving forward, but I would imagine in a different light and in a different tone, because they, including Kay, obviously Larry's back home in Louisiana, but with Kay and Brandon being in the courtroom today, I am interested to hear from them. We saw a little bit of that even when she was convicted. Their demeanor was much different than it was leading up to prior to the conviction during the trial. So, we expect them to speak here any moment, and now they wait to watch her be whisked away back to Idaho.
You know what? Let's take a listen to Judge Boreski getting emotional. You never see this because the judge has to stay calm, fair throughout the trial, but this is where you could tell he's now able to talk about all this now that it's done. Let's take a listen, Robert.
I wondered during the trial whether you suffer from survivor's guilt, and she confirmed that for me today. I also remember looking at you in the back of the courtroom trial, and just, you have this look about you of a wounded individual. I hope you can heal someday. To Charles's family, I just wanted to share with you that I'm sorry for your loss. Charles seemed like a great all-around guy. One of the exhibits that was put up during the first trial, I noticed something. He and I share the same birthday. So I'll remember him on my birthday.
Wow. Judge Mel, you've answered this a little bit. I mean, this is the type of case Boreski is never going to forget. I know you don't really forget any of them. There's a lot of big cases you preside over during your career, but he's been brought into the national spotlight and he didn't plan for it, and you could see it there on his face.
Yeah, I thought it brought out a very human response. What I thought when I was hearing Lori's closing argument, you look at the sincerity of the victims, of their families. I was really touched by the person that spoke as the little boy would have given the message to the court. And then I look at Lori's statement talking about the conditions in the jail and complaining about those conditions. I'm telling you, if there was ever a poster child for stupidity, Lori is that poster child. That argument should be taken and framed exactly what you should not do, should not say. I would venture to say that of the thousands of people that heard that argument, I would be shocked if more than one or two people were the slightest bit influence of it. I think everybody on the prosecution side, the judicial side, the witness side, the victims, I think they did a spectacular job. And I might add, I think you guys, the way you have covered this case, this panel, the people you put on, Taylor, Benjamin, Rich, all of the people with different perspectives, I think you folks have done an exceptional job in laying this case out for the public so that they could appreciate the magnitude of this offense.
Thank you, Mel. Rich, you've also worked as an investigative journalist here, and we were talking about it earlier. I mean, besides Jodi Arias, I mean, what cases have we seen that have brought this kind of attention? And it's not just because of the salacious, sensational details, but there's children involved, multiple victims involved. You have the religious aspect. So I think it was well warranted. It's lasted for so many years, involving 2 co-defendants. But just going back through your time here, I mean, is this rank as one of the biggest cases, high profile?
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to think back on all the various high profile cases there have been around. There's been a lot. I think this one was unusual for just kind of a confluence of a lot of reasons. I know women killing their children seems to be of a particular fascination for people. That makes it unusual all by itself. And then you add on the overlay all the religious aspects of it, the kind of cult scenarios, and the fact that this took over time, as the judge pointed out. Many criminal cases are a bad decision happens in an instant, and this one was not that. There was pre-planning. There was all this that went over time. Just coincidentally, here we are. Idaho just sentenced the guy who killed 4 college students.
Koberger. Rich, real quick.
Yeah.
You're right. Koberger just sentenced. We have right now Jerry Vallow. Let's take a listen. He had something to say, and Brandon as well.
Brandon spoke briefly, but didn't say much.
He didn't, okay.
So they're coming down.
Yeah, that was really quick. Who else do we have here? We have his family. He could be waiting for family members. But Brandon doesn't, I feel like he said it all. It was very emotional, a big release. That's his whole family, the Boudreaux family.
Wait, Lauren, I started watching you when I think it was Idaho 4.
All right. Okay, so we had a brief cameo. But yeah, after such an event where about a dozen people just their hearts are on their sleeves and they're crying, I mean, they've said it all. It's a lot.
I don't know that there's much more Brandon could say or should say. I mean, he said a lot, was emotional throughout his entire statement this morning. Of course, we heard from his wife who went up before him, and even Judge Boreski alluded to the comments that she made were almost similar to what he was going to make. And it was important, they both brought up something I think I failed to think about, which was victim's guilt. And I don't know that was, I don't know how many people appreciate or understand that is a real thing. And for some people, they can carry that for a very long time. And he's clearly been carrying it for a long time because, if you think about the timeline of everything that happened to him, and then subsequently everything that we learned about that had happened around that time, and then, of course, after, he's been carrying this for a very long time. And then, of course, his trial was the last trial in all of this. I think I'm glad that was brought up, and I'm glad that the court and everybody watching from home or around the world could hear that. Because of again, we can talk a lot about Brandon being the lone survivor, but he is going to continue to carry this. He may even think that there's something more he could have done. He did a lot. I mean, Taylor, I know that Charles did a lot as well. But Rich, I mean, Brandon, as we've alluded to, was kind of the caveat in cracking this case, or at least helping authorities really move this case farther along. And I think it's important people understand that he is the one person out of everybody that is probably going to carry the most survivor's guilt moving forward. And I think Boreski alluded to, look, I hope and Rich, you may talk to him later, but Boreski said, look, I hope that he can remove some of that if he hasn't already, because it's really not something he should carry with him for a long time.
Well, he's been working on this for 5 years, 6 years, trying to recover from all of this. I think it's less about survivor guilt than it is PTSD. Maybe those overlap a lot, but his near-death experience, and then followed by the fear of not knowing whether he's going to be attacked again, and the fear for his children, in particular, I think trying to protect his children from something he didn't know whether was going to happen. And Alex and Melanie showed up at their house up there in Utah at one point. And so there was reasons to be fearful. So that fear was going on for quite a while. And I think that has had a profound effect on him. And I know he's going through kind of his own approach to how he's going to deal with this. He wants to dig into why this happened and the motivations behind it and things like that. I think, when the judge said that he thought that she was going to fade into obscurity, I'm not so sure that's going to happen for a while. I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to still be interested in knowing why, what motivated it, how does something like this happen, where does Lori come from? It was even I think it was Kay Woodcock talked about how taking this back into Lori's childhood created the seeds, set the seeds going for what happened in her life. There's going to be some interesting psychological studies done about this case from many different angles, I suspect.
Hey, Benjamin, I know that you may not have been following this right from the beginning, but you've been here working as an attorney for a while. I don't know exactly when you sort of discovered, wow, this is a case that's being talked about a lot, whether it's 2019, 2020, but I just kind of want to go around final thoughts as we're at the end here. I mean, this is it. So just, I don't know. I don't even know how I feel, but just it's over.
Yeah, no, great coverage by you, Justin, Obi. I mean, your whole staff and team at Fox has done a great job. And this has to be, besides, I think, Jodi Arias, this case is probably one of the biggest cases ever in the state of Arizona that we've seen here. And kind of like what Rich had mentioned earlier,
Thanks,
I think,
Benjamin. Hey, real quick,
okay.
I want to get back to you. I see Kay right now.
To see her again, talk to her again. She can never call me, and I won't be calling her. And God bless Charles and JJ and Tylee and Tammy, and I thank Lori for being such a stupid criminal, and Chad, stupid criminals.
What'd you think of her impact statement today? Before,
it was the same, like the interview last night. It was just regurgitated from her interviews before. That's all she does. It's just regurgitation. And I wasn't going to watch it. And I'm like, it's short. So I did. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I thought she'd say.
What did you think of the judge's statement to her?
I love Judge Boreski, and I think he did great. And I don't think we could have had a better judge. And he's a better man than a lot of people putting up with her like he did. I'd have had to heard it earlier, way before he said anything. But anyway, that's why I'm not a judge.
Kay, do you think she'll ever take responsibility for what she's done?
No, never. She will never. And they say never, but I'm saying never. She won't. She will not. And even if she did, what is the truth? Does she even know it? Or she would fabricate it and guess her way. I don't know. It really doesn't matter. That's not anything I think about or talk about or care about. But I really don't have a lot to say, guys. We've got some things to do. But this is my son, Todd Trahan. This is JJ's biological dad. And I'll scoot up a little bit more. Wow. And he just wanted to say something real quick.
7 life sentences. It's a number of completion. She got what she wanted. I'm gonna see him again one day. Thank y'all.
All right, guys. Thank y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Kay.
That was short but powerful from both Kay and her son Todd, saying 7 life sentences, and he says, I'm going to see him. He's referring to JJ. I'm going to see him again one day. And this is a man who's never spoken publicly. This had to be very hard for him to do, knowing what he had to do and had to give up his son and trusting this family. But really, it was Lori who ruined it all. And Charles was a great father by all accounts. Right now, we have our own Lauren Clark on the line, and hopefully she can hear us. And okay, well, I'll talk to you via phone. We're going to make this work.
Hi there, guys.
Lauren, just, that was powerful on the perspectives of victim impact statements and Judge Boreski. Just your thoughts coming out of this. This is the end of the Daybell saga.
Wow, that was just such a powerful moment in court. Very, very emotional. We definitely saw a lot of sobs, raw emotion bubbling there in the courtroom, but overall extremely powerful when Judge Boreski sent over those 2 consecutive life sentences on Lori. My goodness, where to even start with what we witnessed inside the courtroom this morning? First of all, an absolutely packed house inside there. Not a single chair was open. Everyone was packed inside there. In fact, to make more room for all the people that were lined up, what they actually did, Justin, was they had the people who were reading the victim impact statements sit right there in the juror's box. I'm sure that was very intimidating for Lori, as you have this entire row of people sitting there directly looking at you through this entire process. One by one, they came up to the podium, spoke directly to the judge, and detailed their sorrow, their pain, their grief, just how much their life has changed since these past 6 years, when all of these crimes that started right here in Arizona began to impact and infect all of their lives. You heard from Kay there, who was just absolutely raw emotion as she at one point screamed at Lori, saying, I trusted you. This is a woman who allowed Lori to adopt her grandson, only for him to be murdered years later. She wrote a letter that was from JJ's perspective that was extremely, extremely emotional, and I saw some tears for some folks in the gallery that were listening to that. And then we saw, as Lori decided to get up and talk about her twisted religious beliefs, she spent a lot of her time not talking about the crimes that took place, but talking about her perceived injustice with the courtroom. The judge even injecting at some points, telling her that she was incorrect with what she was saying. And then she also went into quoting scripture. I noticed one person right there who also spoke in front of the judge. I believe this was a family member of Brandon's. And this man, you could tell he was visibly upset as Lori was quoting scripture to try to justify all of this, saying that God will release prisoners. The prison will come down and we will walk free. I can only imagine just that raw anger that he was probably feeling. We know that faith plays a major role in Brandon's life, as he said in his impact statement. So I'm sure for one of his family members to hear Lori use their faith in such a way was certainly very, very infuriating. Having to sit there in the courtroom and listen to all of that. But having this closure, I'm sure this will allow many of these people who have been impacted to finally start on this path towards healing after all of this destruction that Lori Vallow and her conspirators, as Judge Boreski pointed out, just that destruction that she lay wake every single step that she took across the country with these crimes. He told her directly, it will take an act of God for you to get out of prison. In short, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. Very, very powerful words. Justin?
Lauren, before we let you go, I know you got a deadline to make as well, and you've been out there working hard for the team, but was there any reaction from Lori? We were able to see these victims really give out all their emotion and unleash their anger. But how did she take all this in?
Her back was. She was sitting with her back towards us, so to be fair, we weren't able to see any minute details. But from what I could see from my angle point, it appeared that she had no reaction whatsoever. In fact, the only time I heard any type of emotion in her voice was when she was talking about her perceived injustices. So this does not seem like someone who feels very regretful for what she has done, she's been found by a jury to have done on multiple occasions. She seems to be quite content with the person that she's at, and I did not see any type of emotion or remorse on her face, at least from where I was sitting right there in the courtroom.
Clark, thank you so much, and we'll see you back here. Good job.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you soon.
All right. So here we are. And back to Benjamin. Sorry for cutting you off earlier. But just final thoughts around the table as this saga officially ends, and we just wait for an extradition back to Idaho for Lori Daybell, and she spends the rest of her life in a prison cell.
Yeah, just quickly, to hear Lauren Clark, who was in the courtroom, say that the victims were able to sit in the jury box and pretty much look at Lori, during this is very rare. Usually the victims are sitting in the back of the courtroom in the regular gallery. So to be able to do that is very rare, and that's very powerful to be able to sit there. So that probably was some sort of weird therapy for them too, to be able to get it off their chest and look at her. So just seeing this once again, Fox, Justin, Obi, everybody, you did an excellent job covering both trials. And even prior to the trial, all the evidence, it's been excellent to be able to be on the panel with everybody.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Judge Mel, you are also sort of a newcomer to this, but I know you knew about the case. You're also a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and we talked about just the wildness and just the nonsensical elements of this that Lori and Chad brought into this story. Now we can put this to bed.
We can put this case to bed, but I'm not convinced that the case is over. Some of the comments that the prosecutor made, I think there's possibly one other person out there. I think the investigation is still open. I think Rich and Brandon have been commenting about this, and it's been referenced to the surveillance in Utah and other events surrounding that. I'm not sure that it's the end of Lori's case today, but I'm not convinced that with the ongoing investigation that there may not be at least one other person ultimately brought into this. But I don't have any access to those files, but just the hints that were given suggest that one person may not be out of the woods.
Taylor Larson, you were at this at the beginning with Charles Vallow. And now he really has justice. And how are you feeling? I'm sure it's got to be emotional for you waking up today saying it's been 6 years.
Yeah, it's really interesting, Justin, because while I was watching it, I had the thought to go back into my emails and pull up the email of when I got notice of Charles being murdered. And it happened to be July 25th, 2019. 6 years to the date is when I got an email from his family telling me that he had been murdered, and with Detective Moffat's information, and where they were pleading for any help to, share Charles's story and bring justice for his murder, because, like I've said before, there was not a question when I heard what happened to Charles that it was a murder and that it was Lori and Alex behind it, and ultimately Chad. I knew that. Charles's family knew that, and they were trying anyway to make that heard to law enforcement to get that justice. And so for it to be 6 years to the date is just kind of an interesting coincidence in this case. But it was emotional. I will say that Colby's impact statement was the most emotional for me, to hear him call Charles his father, even though we know that Charles never adopted him, but Charles loved him just like his own sons. And to hear Colby and that raw emotion, it really hit me just to hear him say my father when referring to Charles. And it was interesting to hear his statement and how he addressed Lori, as his mother at the beginning of the statement, and then referenced her as Lori Vallow afterwards. And I'm sure it was very freeing for him. But this 6 years it's been a wild, wild ride. Justin, I commend you on it. You've been a voice for Charles as well. From the very get-go, you were the first person who left a voicemail at my office saying that, hey, I read these divorce filings in this case. They're pretty crazy. We should probably talk. And, you're the one who broke it here locally. And I know that the Vallow family is very grateful for all the hard work and the grind that you put in these 6 years of helping bring this justice. You had a piece in this as well.
Thank you. And I appreciate you filing that important paperwork, and that was huge. So thank you. And Rich, finally, I got to see Mike Watkins today. He was at the courthouse, and that's somebody that everyone here looks up to. And you are also an investigative journalist. I wish I could have been here to watch as well at that time. And I say all that to say sometimes the story finds you, right? You don't always find the story. But now that this is over for you in the capacity as a private investigator, how do you feel that validation? And then seeing Brandon get that, the emotion in his family. It's been a long road.
It's a different perspective when you're working directly with these victims or defendants. Frankly, you get a whole different perspective than working this stuff as a journalist. As good of a job as you guys have done covering this, you're still on the outside looking in, and there is a different perspective. It's been Larry and Kay Woodcock and Brandon Boudreaux were my clients, and I've been, privileged to walk with them for the last 6 years.
Awesome. Rich, Taylor, Mel, Ben, thank you all so much. And maybe we will find another time or opportunity to get the band back together. Appreciate you guys, and have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right. There it is. Are we
there
done?
It is.
Yeah,
and we should
still
give
have
we
a newscast.
If Rachel's watching, we should give her a shout out.
Thank you to Rachel Smith as well.
She was key in our coverage, and I think I certainly helped me. I mean, those 5 individuals there kind of helped me, more insight into this case, and especially those who were directly, related and had a lot of interaction with the family involved over the years. But, you and I have talked a lot recently about all of this coming to a head. We knew this was the day. Again, we'll have, 1 or 2 more things to cover with her. But I think of all of the court cases or criminal cases I've covered over the years, this one will sit with me the most. And I can, as a journalist, walk away from this story knowing that, we covered it effectively, properly, told all sides of the story. We didn't leave really anything out. And this came to the conclusion that it should have. You could say sometimes, I could nitpick and go, we should have found a way to get a harsher sentence. But I was on Fox 10 Talks this morning, got a little emotional because I had just listened to Kay read the letter from JJ, and that was tough as a parent to listen to, even though I can only imagine what it took for her to write that, let alone to read it and know that you're doing so in front of the woman, who killed that little boy. And so, that's another moment in this entire saga that will resonate with me the most, because at the end of the day, we are humans, right? We're parents, we're husbands, and it's tough to cover these types of cases. But when you're invested in something like this, it just brings it home that much more. And so I'm glad. It makes me feel better to listen to Kay and to Brandon and those outside the court today. Makes me feel better because if they're at peace, then I can certainly be at peace and I'm happy that this is where we are, that they got the conclusion that they deserve.
And you just saw some of those photos there. I mean, these are the names we make sure to say and to remember. Yes, the name Lori comes out because that's the focus as the defendant and the now multiple times convicted murderer. But J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Tammy Daybell, Charles Vallow, Brandon Boudreaux, family members, Kay Woodcock, Larry Woodcock, Jerry Vallow, the Boudreaux family, the Tammy Daybell's family. I mean, people that are affected in Chad Daybell's family that had no control over this. The Shiflett family, the Cox family, there are so many people outside of the co-conspirators that did not ask for this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's important to remember that dozens of people were impacted, and then the thousands, hundreds of thousands across the world who have been following this since December 2019 have invested their life, their time, their emotions into it. The people we saw line up today who made the trip from out of state, slept overnight. I mean, that's not just for fun.
Mm-hmm.
There's purpose. There's emotional attachment. And so I just want to thank everyone here who's still watching, who's been following us from the beginning, and appreciate your support in motivating us as well to keep on digging, to keep on covering, and to really speak for the voice of the victims, because that's who matters. And we saw that exemplified today with those victim impact statements and then confirmed by Judge Justin Beresky. It was good over evil. And now Lori Daybell will be sent back to Idaho for the rest of her life and really deserves no more attention other than, you know, actual developments in court and her actual booking into Pocatello. So we're not done here. We will be getting ready for our newscast to cover this, team coverage with Lauren Clark as well here on Fox 10 Phoenix, so you can stream us later. We'll be back with future On the Record episodes as well. So stick with us. It may not be for this case, but definitely we have a big archive, and we've done our work and we've done our job.
Yep.
And thank you to our entire team. We're not going to forget our stream team here, Robert Barrett directing both of these trials, and other directors, our staff here, our producers, our bosses, our news director, Steve Levi, assistant news director, Neil Wolf, just giving us all the support and the tools to just say, go do this story, go cover it, like really sink your teeth in with really, no restrictions, because the trust is there. And so we appreciate everyone at this station. We take pride in it. It is something that doesn't happen a lot. Doesn't happen at every single news station. It's sort of a generational case where a story like this takes you and you take it by the horns, or you decide not to. And I'm proud of the work we've done. So with all that said, thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you soon.